新しい顔がやってきたディスコンマック。新しい顔に合う顔はこれかこれか。
拝見できます？
これかいディスコかい。
Alright, we should be live here on Twitch with Monster Hunter World Iceborne here shortly.
ギラナショナルです。
I guess let's make sure we got transcoding here. We sure did. Okay. Some new city pop mixes going in the background here. Figure we do just play some Monster Hunter tonight. Just finishing getting things set up here. Okay. Let's go. What do I want to start off by playing? What was I working on? I think first I might want to overhaul how this lance set looks. I think that might be slightly too loud. There we go. Hello, Uchi. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Oh, we have ingot armor now. Hello, Shroudsy. Hey, Strax. Chilly in there. You know what? I got home and I was wearing my scarf and I was like, it's cozy. And I've just kept it on since. It's not that cold, but I'm not hot either, so I don't know. If I get warm, I'll take it off. Yeah, I know you all would love that very much. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Hi, Chibis. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. I was enjoying Lance earlier today off stream, so we might do a little more Lance. I want to find a nice mix of Baroth and Ingot. This might be the trick. Ingot might be my new favorite layered from the new batch. I love brown, and I love the armor that just kind of looks like real armor. So we'll tentatively stick with that. I might actually like what I had earlier. What's this lance? This is a crazy custom upgraded lance. It's not fully custom upgraded. I like the Baroth chest. I think we might stick with that. Originally, this is the Kulu lance. I'll show it off in just a moment here. I'm going to sound like a hipster, but I want to say that I was on the Kulu Lance train really, really early before the custom upgrade meta took off. I've been using this since when the game came out. You can go back in the VODs. So what it looks like now is it's got 35% affinity, 635. I think the top end lances have like 680 raw, so it's a little bit below them, but really good affinity, and it has non-elemental boost, so with non-element, it's up over 700 over there. Doubt? Okay, go ahead, go look. You remember so you can vouch for me? Good, Uchi, thank you. I like your Santa emote, Chibis. I hope everyone's having a nice evening. This is our standard comfy lance set. I kind of want to build a couple kind of new sets tonight. And then what the stream title is about is I've been trying to think recently about what kind of a challenge run I want to do in World going forward. I want to come up with something that's like fun to work towards each stream. It's a little more focused than just making weapons or leveling the guiding lands. So I want to think about that tonight. Let's see. I know I've been thinking about upgrading the Glavenus lance for a little while, but now we need some Balhazak and Glavenus parts here. What else were we thinking about leveling up? Still gonna go through with the full sets. I'm not sure. I'm feeling very indecisive about World right now, about like how I want to play this game going forward or what I want to be focused on. just playing it doesn't feel bad to me, but it does feel kind of like, I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of floundering with it sometimes if I just boot up a stream like this and I have no set goal to work on. So having a goal would be kind of nice. Right now, I think we're just going to go out to the Guiding Lands and work on some leveling stuff. Hey, Cordial Snail, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Sub 10 and sub 5? I mean, I've been thinking about that too, Strax. Felt like when I left the shop in an RPG. That's cool. I'm glad it timed out like that. I've been thinking, like, I don't know, like, I watch all these speedruns and I really like them and I'd like to be that good, but I'm not, clearly. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to work towards next in this game. I've thought about doing all weapons challenges like we do in the older games, but those feel a little more daunting to me in this game. I'd have to eat a lot more crow, and that can be tough sometimes. The weapons in this game are not as easy to switch between as the weapons in the older games are. Eat crow. Eat crow is like, I don't know, you have to be very humble. And I don't think that, I don't have any, like, it's mostly a mental thing where, like, because I've put so much time into the games, I sort of have, like, not even front of mind, but kind of back of mind expectations of doing okay at the games. And sometimes I can override that. Like if I play Frontier, I know I haven't played that game. So yeah, eat some humble pie, exactly. If I play Frontier, I know I haven't played much of that game, so there's no reason for me to be good at it. And so my mind like lets myself fail easily. In a game like this where I put a lot of time into it, it's not so much me front of mind being like, I'm supposed to be good, but like it just feels worse when I'm doing poorly. So I have a hard time with that sometimes. I don't know, it might be worth taking the time to go and practice all the weapons, even if it requires... Do I really have to report that? I walked outside. I gathered one track. Got 15 points. It might be worth spending the time to learn all the weapons and kind of go through a challenge like that. But then where do you start? What monsters do you do? What gear do you use? I don't know. So I'm trying to think of what challenge run would be best for us going forward. I don't know. Are we eating pie? Humble pie? Probably. Right now I'm just going to hunt probably some stuff in the Volcanic and Tundra Guiding Lands. And we'll probably talk about it a little bit. I'm trying to decide if I want to just try and focus in on one weapon and try speedrunning something. Or if I want to try and learn all the weapons. Or do some special armor set challenge. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out something. It feels like that makes it easier for me to work on games if I have a set goal in mind. Like I felt like this is probably wrong, but I feel like I progressed a little bit easier in Free Me Night, or I had a little bit more of a structure in Free Me Night because of the challenge that we were doing. I know we still didn't progress all that quickly. But anyways, I hope everyone's had a nice weekend. I had a pretty nice weekend. My tooth is feeling not 100% better, but pretty close to it. So that's made it nice to eat and stream. Eat crow while eating ass. Is that how it goes, Strax? I mean, whoa. I feel like if you were eating somebody out, it would be, especially their butt, it would be kind of humbling. I think with kind of how recent this game is, nothing is really set in stone. With the older game, people have a better grasp on what challenges to make. Yeah, like, that's part of what I'm having a hard time with, is I'm not sure what a good challenge would be for this game. Like, I'm trying to think about how you would structure a good challenge run in this game. Like, we've structured the challenge runs to be at least kind of entertaining to watch in the older games. I think they're entertaining. I'm trying to think of one that would be, like, fun to watch and fun to play. I'm not sure what it is yet. I was thinking one that might kind of give us a nice preview of if all weapons would be fun, would be watching and doing all the arena quests with all the weapons. That might give me a chance to try out some more of the weapons and see if I like playing all weapons. Without trying to figure out the logistics of like, well, how do you work that challenge into this game where you're already in the end game and you already have good gear. That's true. That's a good point, Uchi, is the game is definitely not done. And that's another part of why I'm invested in trying to find a fun challenge run for us in this game, is like, I want to be active in this game and participating in this game. I want to be there for those new updates and that new content and be practicing. That comes out really quickly, quicker than I remember it. Maybe I should slow down. So I want to find a... I keep getting hit by that same move. I don't know what it is. Submerged hip check's kind of nasty. It is. I haven't noticed it before tonight. At least it's never hit me quite as much. It's kind of funny. Oh well, when he's submerged, if you find some of his slinger ammo on the ground, you can pop him out pretty quickly. Reality hip check. Too real. Too real. So I don't know. Like I'm not sure what I want to do with this game, but I know I want to be active in it. And I want to find a way to be sort of working towards something. Something kind of defined. I've never had this much issues with Lavasioth before. This is a nice new city pop mix we have in the background tonight. So far I've liked it a lot. The intro song was really good. Got to spend some time with my girlfriend's family tonight. Help them with some like Christmas decorating, that kind of thing. Which is kind of fun. Homey. In a year where I don't spend a whole lot of time like decorating my own apartment or anything. Get in the lava. Also just trying to be thankful that things actually hit this hard, I guess. Like, hey, you can get cardioed by a Lavasioth. How novel is that? Ah, bummer, too slow. In base game, it didn't matter what you did, you would have stomped this Lavasioth. So those are sort of the things that are on my mind tonight. Trying to think about what sort of a challenge run I think would be fun in this game. Before I got on stream, I was enjoying watching a Great Sword speedrun. A guy named BB on YouTube. Did some runs of a lot of different monsters, but I was enjoying watching his regular and Stygians and Ogre runs. It's kind of cool how there are different styles of Great Sword play. Between crit draw or just focus on true charge slashes. This guy had kind of a nice in between, which was kind of, I guess, how you'd imagine Greatsword would ideally be played in this game, is you go for draw attacks when you can, but then line up full combos if you can tackle through them properly. Kind of cool. I still haven't built just a raw focused Greatsword set, so that might be something we do tonight. It'd be kind of fun. Homer not getting stomped by a Lavasioth. This guy must be in a dour mood tonight. He's really stomping us. It's the wrong choice. I forgot you can, while you're in the charging stance, you can actually hold guard to guard out of it. You don't have to finish and then guard. This isn't the old ones. Had enough of my shit, probably. Our new layered armor doesn't make us any stronger against this guy. Some of these mixes have started mixing in Japanese commercials, and I can get behind that choice. Helps fill in the mood. Which I'm sure is silly, because none of us, or most of us, probably don't know what the conversation or what the commercial's for. Didn't learn my lesson. Sounds cozy. I agree. That's right. I don't think you can soften up his legs. Heal. He has a lot of fast moves when he's submerged. Still probably a better Lavaciat than in the old games. That lance finisher feels so good. I love that it has 2 hits and you can steer the second hit independently of the first one. I don't know why that little detail feels so good, but it does. There we go. Oh, right, no legs, just tail. Probably would be more present to go for his head. Bummer. Alright, well, time to sheath and heal. Hope we don't cart. Yeah. Woo. I don't know, what do you guys think about that full set? People seem to like that idea alright. That's another way that would be a little different. That could be an interesting way to make it so we could make whatever weapons we wanted and still take on all the monsters in the game. You do at least? Think your battery's starting to bulge on your new 3DS XL? Yikes, how long have you had it? Those are pretty new consoles. They shouldn't be bulging. Might be a defect. Like PSPs are bulging, but they're like a half a decade older than most 3DSs. Full chat showcase. That's what we were trying out last stream, and it was kind of fun. It made you really think about what skills you could easily obtain through decos, what skills you could easily obtain through charms, and what skills you could easily obtain through the set bonus, and kind of prioritized those, which was kind of fun. It's very different than just set building normally feels in World. That might be an interesting way to make it so that I wouldn't have to worry about as much the balancing of the weapons that I was using. Because if you just, like, if you say, I'm going to take on every monster with every weapon in Iceborne right now, you make the most powerful weapon and you annihilate half the cast, and it's not even like a showcase to the monsters, really. But if you're using full sets, maybe they're full set? I don't know. If you're using some kind of full set, it becomes a little more interesting. Full set showcase. That's an interesting way to word that. That makes my brain think along the lines of, like, maybe you take a look at each monster's set and try and find an interesting way to showcase it. That's not good. I hope it's just one of the little tabs is misaligned. Cordial snail, because that's no good. That's like also an interesting thing you could do is like take a look at each set, farm it up, and think of an interesting way to do it, or an interesting way to use that set. What weapon does it fit the most with? What fight does it fit the most with? I don't know. Is he going to sleep? Nice. Those are all interesting ideas. Well, after this hunt, we'll switch over to a full set. Think about what would make a good lance full set. And what would be a good lance pairing for it. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. Oops. Here it is. We should definitely heal. I fought a lot of Lavasioth in the last little bit because he's a good way to level up the volcano. Couldn't tell if that was going to hit us or not. Not low enough. Monsters do weird things when the cats are grappled onto them. Oh, there's that hip check again. It's funny how they feel so different. Like, I feel like in the old games, they were such a decisive wind-up and then kind of a flick forward for the actual hit. In this game, they're a lot more fluid, which makes them kind of tougher to predict and dodge. Just a little bit. You can still dodge a lot of them in the game. They also aren't as reused across monsters. Like, I feel like a lot of the hip checks in the old games felt like almost, obviously not the same animation, but sort of the same one transferred between skeletons of the monsters. Whereas in this game, they definitely feel kind of different depending on what you're fighting. Like a Zenogre hip check definitely feels different to a Lavasioth hip check, which is kind of good, I think. Hey. Why don't you get in the lava? Can I warm him up with bombs? I don't know if that warms him up. It's a good thing you definitely need that adaptation time. Yeah. This is so chill. Wouldn't blame the people who say the games feel too different. No, that's part of why I'm kind of spending a lot of time thinking about this right now, obviously off stream and on, is this game, practicing this game is a very different thing than practicing the older games. They are quite different games, albeit being the same genre and having a lot of shared DNA. But they feel pretty different, and they prioritize some different skills and some different movement, different inputs. Which is why it actually was quite difficult for me coming back to this game earlier this year when Iceborne came out. Something I was really worried about before the game came out. Thankfully, I'm not too worried about playing it anymore, but I really was back then. It had been so long since I'd done anything with this game. I guess that's right. If he's hardened up, we can soften him up. I kind of forgot about that. That's something you could think about with Iceborne. Oh, and there are also slinger torches littered around. We can probably warm them up too. All right, they give you some stuff. I don't really feel like doing either of those in the middle of a fight like this, but Oops. Personally, the combat doesn't feel that different for you. What does feel different is all the in-betweens. How so? Do elaborate. I'm curious. Like getting to the hunt, tracking the monster, preparations. Yeah, those parts, honestly, like, I mean, obviously there's some parts about the game that bother me like that. Whoops, we got baited. Those parts don't bother me so much, or like those don't put me off sometimes if I'm having a hard time with the game. I think it's, for me, it's some of the trappings around the combat that really feel different to me, or sometimes something that kind of put me off. Sometimes I really like them though. I don't know, it's tough. Hey Lyrican, welcome. We're doing well tonight. We're talking about what kind of a challenge run we should think about doing in this game going forward. Does that stuff bother you, Uchi, or is that just where you feel it's the most different? Alright. If only I could soften his legs, but I can't. Ah! Well, now he's probably softened up. Not bother at all, just a different pace. I gotcha. Nice, got that tail. Feels good. This is a bad idea. Yep. Just like in the old games, if a monster is way far away from you and you start charging towards it, it's probably gonna charge towards you. Probably a bad idea. I like his belly flop. Imagine this giant fish belly flopping you. Well, cheers, Lyrican. Thanks. Hope you have a nice time getting ready for bed. He knows. It's like he drops those shinies on purpose because he knows I'm going to go pick them up. It's the guiding lands. You got to pick up the shinies. Do we have heat guard on this set? It looks like we do. Sometimes you do have trouble with the menus. Me too. There's some menus that even like hundreds of hours on, still I fumble through, even though, even though I probably should be better at them. It's weird you can't access item sets and equipment sets right away from the boxes. Yeah. For me, it's I'm scrolling across the item box to like put an item in there, or like loop around the other side of my item box, and it like, goes over into the equipment box or something, and it just throws me off. I'm still not used to how that UI works. Dude, this guy has so much health, or we're just not dealing very much damage. I don't know. It's okay. At least it's a substantial hunt. Calling a weapon or a full set showcase is kind of an interesting idea. I like the game a lot though, even just the base version. Yeah, I mean, like, there's parts of both this game and Base World that have been some of my favorite parts of the series. There's been other parts that have obviously frustrated me more. And like I said, I feel like both just off-stream and on-stream, I like having sort of a challenge run to work towards, or a challenge, or something that I'm working towards. Definitely helps me, I think, focus and probably play a little better. When I just boot up the stream and just go, I don't know, we're going to hunt some things in the Guiding Lands, it doesn't usually lead to me improving very much or thinking about things as much. And that's where I think I get some of the most value or most fulfillment out of streaming or playing. It's trying to improve or trying to accomplish something specific. First playthrough of World was like riding on an Aladdin carpet. That's cool. A whole new world. Very appropriate. How's the song volume? This one seems like a little bit soft right now. Bit low, but not bad. Okay, I might turn it up just a touch this time. Atmospheric, if you will. Okay, I might leave it be then. I lied. Yeah, that's okay, Uchi. I appreciate your input. Woo. Give me the shiny. Haha, screw you. You don't get to fire off your beam. Should probably sharpen. Woo. Some close calls with the guards here. Oh yeah, you see you played Halo Reach? Nice. Did you like it? I know people are very excited about that game's release on PC. Oh, he's dead. I wanted to capture him. Oh well. That's okay. Don't tell mom about you're patching Pokemon eggs. Dude, you know Pokemon isn't allowed. It's about having you kill your friend's pets. It's crazy. You don't want that game in the house. You know that feeling when you play a video game, it's like, well, it's functional. It's a video game. Yeah. A lot of games feel like that these days. Is that all Reach feels like? Reach is supposed to be so good. Like everyone raves about it. Maybe games have come away since then. Yeah, let's go build a full set for Lance. Or try an arena quest or something. I don't know. That's why you were confused? You might have messed up the port. How is the port? I think I heard mostly good things about the port. There's a few issues. Oh, okay. Like with sound. Ooh, yikes. I know that bugs me about this game sometimes when we have the in-game music on. If it cuts out, it's pretty annoying. Pretty jarring to me. I guess I do look kind of bundled up, don't I? Alright, let's take a look at a full set for Lance. And what we think the most important one would be. I have a feeling it's going to be Uragon. Shooting sounds like it's underwater. It's really bad. Weird. Okay. So let's take a look at our Lance set right now. We have guard 5. We have offensive guard. I have decorations for offensive guard, so we can probably get that in. Guard up is kind of nice, but probably not required. It's still fun. That's what you mean by it's a video game. Still want to play it more? Okay, that's good. I like these commercials. Does this channel have more mixes? Doesn't look like they do have more mixes. Bummer. I really like this. I'm gonna leave a comment. Okay. So let's take a look at these armor sets. What would make a good Lance? Oh, we gotta take off all our armor for it to be readable. Okay. You got Castle Crashers and Kingdom Fighters. I don't know how to read that number. It would take me a minute. 13? 13? During the Black Friday sale on Steam. Nice. I bought that clicky mechanical keyboard you just heard on Black Friday. It really wasn't that hard to read. It looked scary. I was like, I can't read that. And I looked at it, I was like, the X is a 10 and there are 3. That's how my brain works, folks. All right. Let's scroll on through here. Look for things that look like good. Mind's Eye would be good. So would Handicraft and Weakness Exploit. We already have Rajang. Roman numbers be scary, kind of. You know, the Basilgue set also gives guard up. So let's look at, or gives, not guard up, but guard plus. Garuga gives Crit Eye, Earplugs, and Resentment. That's kind of a nice set. Can make that sometime. Give you a 734 in Roman numerals. I don't know what 100 is. How's the keyboard? I haven't had a mech before, so it's only you guys who know about it. Good. I haven't had a mechanical keyboard before, so I'm not like super picky about it. But I like it. It has all the features I was looking for in a board. It's a small one. Here, I'll hold it up. That's a bad way to hold this up. Here, it's like a small keyboard. It's got some white lights behind it. I don't really do RGB. This is called like a 75% keyboard, I think, where like it doesn't have a number pad, but it's not quite as small as like even smaller compactor ones. The keys are pretty clicky without being like crazy loud, so I like them. It's just nice to type on. So I don't know. If you do any, like, if you look at mechanical, like, if you look at the subreddit for mechanical keyboards at all, is immediately intensely tempting to want to try and like find some really crazy cool looking keycaps to put on your board. I don't know if I'm gonna let myself even go down that rabbit hole. It seems so expensive and so like, well, if you buy the keycaps, then you can get like a special key for your escape key, and if you buy a special key for your escape key, you can get a special cable, and if you get a special cable, you can build your own keyboard by yourself, and like, just seems a little crazy. So this would get us Earplugs, Crit Draw, Guard, Bombardier, Blast Attack, and Jump Master. Only Guard is useful for Lance, really. Yours is super tiny, so you thought you'd never get used to it. What's yours like, Gucci? So maybe not the Basilgue set. It looks so cool, but maybe not for this weapon. That seems more like a... Does Bombardier influence... That just influences explosive items. I don't know what you would use this set for, really. Damascus has Guard. Defense boost, focus, speed sharpening, handicraft. And it looks pretty dope. Be a walking tank. Maximum Might Secret. Increases affinity when stamina is full. Interesting. So Uragan gives you Guard, Part Breaker, Blast Resistance, and Iron Skin along with Guard Up. And the full set gives you 1 more point in Guard, along with Flinch Free and Defensive Guard. We'd probably just go with... I think this does make sense as the Lance set, doesn't it? We need some Uragan parts. So maybe we start off with the Damascus set, because I bet we can make that. The Guard Charm also gives you a bunch of guards. Maybe that's not what we should be prioritizing. Seems so. Oh well, let's go ahead and let's make Damascus, and then we'll make Uragan. Why not? If memory serves, Uragan's not too bad with Lance. it helps that we already have materials for a lot of this stuff. Okay. Let's take a look at this. First off, let's take off all the layered armor. We went for the alpha set again, so that gives us not any level 4 slots. Woof. Guard 3 is kind of a minimum that you want in high rank. Or in master rank, excuse me. I'm trying to think. What lance should we roll with? We could keep going with this lance if we wanted to. Do I have any other cool ones? I don't know. I have the Barioth one. You're no lance user, but you're positive? Okay. We have the acidic one that's not fully upgraded. The Garuga one. The Barioth one. Oh yeah, we have the Tigrex one. Hello, Leobreaker. Welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. Tonight we're thinking a lot about what kind of a challenge run would be really fun to run through in World, or in Iceborne, I guess I should say. Should we even go for crit eye? I feel like we're just not going to go for crit eye or any crit skills on this build. It's going to be straight raw. It's my attack charm. There it is. So we're thinking about doing some kind of full set challenge. I'm not really sure what we're going to do for that, but we're starting off by making the Uragon full set using the Damascus full set. We'll go from there. What else would be useful for Lance? I wish I had guard decos, but I'm pretty sure I don't have any. If I do, they're only on level 4s. Yeah, to this day, never gotten a regular guard deco. We're doing it live, pretty much, yeah. I basically just want to try and think of different ways to play the game that might be, I don't know, fun. I think this lance is elementless, so let's go ahead and just throw that in there. We could get weakness exploit, but I don't know that that's going to be useful for us. Probably not. We'll get a couple points in agitator. What would be a cozy lance skill? Is there a speed sheathing? Thanks for the host. Appreciate it, Leobreaker. Not speed sharpening. We already have that maxed out. Speed sheath. What's that called? Quick sheath. Not speed sheath. It's a 3-point skill. That'd be cozy. Searching for fun. It's not so much searching for fun. I do have fun playing this game. I think that I really feel like more fulfilled, and I feel like I enjoy the game more when I have a goal I'm working towards. So that's what we're trying to find here, is like, what kind of a challenge run can we do in this game that would be fun and maybe like the right level of challenge for me, because I'm not that good at this game. I don't know. I'm trying to think through it. Would evade window or evade extender be nice? I don't really like those skills on Lance very much. Maybe some stamina skills. Constitution, maybe. We have 1 physique jewel. I guess we could run Fortify and Resuscitate. Good skills. Hello, Rock Spider. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well tonight. Fortify. Oh, offensive guard. Offensive guard. That would be a good skill to have. I think I have decorations for it. I have 2 of them. Nice. So what we're working on right now is just we're doing sort of a trial, or I don't know, we're just having fun trying out a full set build idea. Full set build idea. Practicing on soft the other day with IG and you almost got sub 9. That's pretty quick. Is that for the rappel? I've only done the rappel twice. Nice. That's going to be really fun this week, taking on Safi Jiba. Let's hunt in Uragan. I doubt we have any investigations for it because I trashed my investigations recently. Got another Stygian Zenogre investigation, that's nice. A couple other ones. Target. Uragan. Oh, we do have one. We have one that's already in there. And it's a faint 5 times 20 minutes. Interesting. Hi, Jordan. Yeah, it's going okay. We are trying tonight to come up with what would be a good challenge run for me to do in this game. In the other games, I've always done every monster, every weapon. But in this game, that feels a little different. The weapons, to me, feel more difficult to switch between in this game than the old games. Which might be okay, still. And also, there's kind of like, well, you're already at the end of the game. How do you balance that? Like, what weapons do you allow yourself to use? I don't know. So I'm trying to think through some of that stuff. It really doesn't like Blast. You're going to be using that a lot. It seems like Blast and Poison are going to be the 2 most popular approaches to that monster. I know I'll be going in with my Gold Rathian Sword and Shield. I mean, this is definitely making us use a different lance and a different set than we would normally. How's my mouth? Did it get better? It is mostly better. The tooth itself is pretty good. Oh, hi. Hi, Uragan. The gums are still kind of tender and sore, so I'm still trying to be careful with that. I wonder if there are any armor sets that give defensive guard. I didn't see. Does Safi fight have health scaling, or is it just the same as Colby? We're not sure yet. The full fight isn't out until this next Friday. Oop, I stood too close. You also can't block sleep. Don't worry, guys. I got my drink. We're good. I didn't make a coffee when I started the stream tonight. Oh well. Master Rank Uragan's pretty scary. There's that guard level 3 coming in. You can see we have a little bit more knockback from that than you probably would with guard 5. Luna and Bombero armor give it, and I think Guild Palace armor has it well. How do you get the Guild Palace armor? I don't think I have it right now. Thanks, Lightbreaker. I think my cat put him to sleep. That's funny. This is event armor you get from arena coins. Ah, okay. I haven't done any arena yet in Iceborne, I don't think. So that would explain that. Now I can make coffee on stream. I've thought about it before. I could bring it over here and make coffee for you guys if you wanted to do that this evening. It'd be kind of fun. I think that I hit his head with my lance before I hit the bombs. Dude, that chin is tough. It's arena tide. That makes sense then. That was another thought for a challenge run, was trying out, instead of the whole game with all weapons, try out all the arena quests with all the weapons as like a trial run for that idea. That could be kind of fun too. Oh, okay. I saw standing on his fire. His fire blight causes quite a bit of damage. I didn't realize. Espresso with Ristretto. I don't make espresso at home. I make pour over, but I would definitely show you guys it. I've done it once before. I think that might have been the same night that I spilled my cereal all over my keyboard. Does it cost extra to watch a pro brew? I wouldn't charge you guys. Actually, maybe we'd go private for that part of the stream. Wait. There we go. Almost got hit by that again. Private sub-only part of the stream. No. You know you'd watch? Okay, maybe I'll do that tonight for you guys. What time is it? It's 11:08? I could have some coffee. I have a day off tomorrow, so it doesn't really matter if I stay up late. This lance is pretty cool. It's got pretty high raw. Really dumpy affinity, or pretty dumpy affinity. I think we have it augmented so it gets rid of some of the dumpy affinity. And I like it because it has non-elemental boost, which is kind of cool as well. Ah! Didn't see his little explosive rock in there. This set is kind of fun. We look like some kind of gladiator in this armor. Private brew. You know what I'm talking about. Mind's Eye might be kind of fun with Lance. I don't have the decoration, but we could do the Rajang set. We just already did Rajang, so I'd feel kind of bad if we already did that again. I think our music has ended. Good timing, Oregon. Thank you. First ever coffee making on stream. It's not the first ever. I was just saying, I've done it before. Let me find another good city pop mix. Damascus. You guys like it? It's not my favorite. I don't really like the helmet, and it's a little too shiny for me, but it is a cool armor. I don't mind it. Second ever coffee making on stream. We'll do it after we hunt this Uragon. I didn't really look at what pieces we needed for the Uragon set. I just kind of started fighting Uragon. That might not be the best way to do this. I'll try this. This might be too calm. We'll see. Ooh, that speed sharpen though. That's nice. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's look at what this set. What does this set have now? Defense boost, attack boost. Oh, we're 1 point shy of attack boost 6. Focus, which isn't really useful on Lance. Guard, speed sharpen, handicraft, offensive guard, resuscitate, quick sheath, and non-elemental boost. I guess I forgot fortify. Oh well. This is real chill music. We gotta make some coffee, chat. I guess, you know what would be a really smart way to handle this quest? You know what would be a really smart thing to do with Lance? Soften parts up. Because that's what you're supposed to do in this game. Like his chin. We could soften his chin up. And then you don't need Mind's Eye. You do get smashed into a corner with a bunch of explosive balls, though. Big sip. We're about to have some big sips. There we go. That's kind of nice. I wanted to see if I could try and tag him and make him fall over. He doesn't really proc your guard at all. It's weird. No, I didn't want the bomb beetle. I wanted the shiny. Give us that shard. He's really quite scary in Meister rank. I'm okay with it. Pow, pow, pow. Nope. Too slow. Zelda fan, welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. How's your evening been? How have your hunts been recently? Are you the same Zelda fan who does some TA runs on this, like, some of the time? No? Oh, that's okay. Just curious. There is a TA runner named Zelda fan. You've done one run? Well, cool. Wasn't TA. That's alright. How have your hunts been recently? Regardless. I was just curious. Did we break his chin so now we can hit it? I think we must have. Oh, you can't block that either. Good to know. Good to know. Nice job, Cat. Fought Gold Rathian for the first time. Ouch. Yeah, she's pretty crazy in this game. Pretty mobile. I didn't knock him over? What? I pounded a lance into his side while he was rolling around. Kind of reminds you a bit of Molten Tigrex and 4 Ultimate. I have not done that fight before. What is Molten like? Shing. That's nice. Slow and lumbering until it hits raid mode. Oh, right. This is a 20-minute quest. Oh, yikes. All right, well. Forgot about that. Time to pick things up. Oh, no. Oh, no. I missed. People run, yeah. Only thing slows down is when it becomes hungry again. That sounds like Tigrex for sure. I get what you mean with Gold Rathian. When she enters Rage, she can lawnmower you right over. We've done decent damage to him so far, but I'm going to try and pick it up for this last 10 minutes. Probably capture him and be okay. Like, I hit his face. Oh, there we go. That time he fell over. Of course, now that we're far away. Oh, well. At least you know you can tag him with Lance and he'll fall over. There we go. Lance is so fun in this game. I don't think we have time for that. Is he going to sleep? I think he is. Let's get every hit him while we can. Okay. currently eating some leftover spaghetti. Nice. Sounds tasty. I've had like kind of unfortunate tooth issues over the past week. Had some really bad tooth pain that spread to my gum and my jaw. I'm doing pretty much better. Not 100% yet, but close. So tonight I had some chips and salsa and a sandwich, which is like not the most exciting meal in the world, but when you couldn't eat chips and salsa or sandwiches for a week, it feels pretty nice. Made it with a ton of garlic. Nice. Dude, pasta's so good. Oh, he didn't fall over that time. Slinger Thorn, huh? There we go. Split the face open in an accident a while ago. Couldn't really eat most things. Mostly some stuff with Stouffer's mac and cheese. Still sounds pretty solid, honestly. But yeah, I know it, even if you like the food you're subsisting off of sometimes, if it's the same thing for too long, it can get kind of old. That would be allowed in TA nowadays. Oh, jeez. What did I eat otherwise? Earlier tonight I had some soup at my girlfriend's family's house. That was nice. My girlfriend's mother is a lovely cook, and she made some really good, like, hearty, like, beef stew with vegetables and stuff in it. So that was nice. That's better than when I can cook at home, because I'm not much of a cook. Your shoulder and neck hurt from your G hunting bow lesson yesterday. I saw your shots, your target with the arrows in it on Shepard's Discord. It looked awesome. Do you practice that often, Lail Breaker, or just around hunting season? I have a feeling. Oh. Shoot. I had the wrong feeling. I don't know if he's even ready. Oh, shoot. No! If he falls in the trap. Did he fall in the trap? I think he did. He fell in the trap. No! Really gotta clean up your desk tomorrow. My desk is cleanish. If this was classic Monster Hunter, we'd be screwed. But it's not. So we got time to get that clutch shock trap down. His explosive bombs are really no joke. Have tons of bottles and cans scattered around. Why, Ichi? Please? Yes. Oh, I had no idea if that was going to be enough, but I'm glad it was. That was pretty close. IRL bow hunting, did they teach you how to do Dragon Piercer? They probably didn't. Most just around hunting season, but this was very needed, so corrected a few things with your grip and sights. You're ready to bag a deer before the end of the year. Cool. Because water and vanilla Coke, dude, vanilla Coke's pretty good. I don't drink much soda, but I used to, and vanilla Coke was some of the best. All right. Well, chat. We're gonna do some coffee making. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah, I accidentally called Zelda fan you, Uchi. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I don't know why. Your old name was Blue. His new name is, or your new name is Pink, but his name is Blue. It's the good old colorblind name, Riss. Used to it. I'm sorry. Not proud. If you could do 1K Dragons IRL, that would be pretty cool. It's just an explosion of arrows and detritus. Yeah, let's take a look at if any sets have offensive guard. Where is offensive guard? There it is. I'm just really blind, so don't worry about it. Yeah, Guild Palace has it. Boy. Along with Heroics and Agitator. That's kind of cool. Bombero has it. It's 2 points on the Luna set. Oh, and there is 1 point on the Uragan Greaves. That's nice. We'd be able to get 3 points in it. Okay, we can make the mail. You're not dollar signs to me, Cordial Snail. That is not at all the case. Yep, you got beans. You got beans, Zelda fan. Okay. We just need 2 fire cell stones and we can finish making the Uragan set. But first, I'm gonna go ahead and put some water on for the coffee, and I'll work on setting up this little brew station here we'll have on the desk. So, give me a second. Be right back. Enjoy the jams. I gotta move a bunch of stuff for this. Do I use 20 grams? I usually use 18. 18 is my pour over. 10 ounce pour over. I think for a 12 ounce you might use 20. Chair stream. I gotta move a bunch of stuff to brew this properly here. That should be okay. I really just have to move the keyboard, I guess. The goal eventually is to figure out how to wirelessly hook up an iOS camera to OBS, because then I could show you guys my apartment or something like that. I guess if you started the stream from an iOS device, you wouldn't have this issue, because you could just stream from the Twitch app on iOS, and that would be okay. Okay. This camera angle ready. Okay, let's see what we can do here. First, you're just gonna see a ceiling. That's really hot, I know. Turn the phone around. You see my torso in a different angle. Turn the phone around, there we go, okay. This is gonna mess my angles all up for everything, but that's okay. I'm doing this for you guys. It's the best way I can frame this. Okay. Probably along the lines of like this. It's kind of hard to adjust camera angles. Okay. iOS Twitch's butts. I haven't tried streaming off of it, but I can only imagine it's a nightmare. Okay. Oh, did that freeze it? No, we're good. We're good. I hope that throws it for a minute. Okay, that'll be pretty legible to you guys and to me. All right, so the water is boiling in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but we're gonna start off by measuring out some beans. Like I said, we need 18, so. This is the, let's see. Boop. Which direction's up? There we go. This is the coffee we're brewing today. There's almost none of it left. It's somewhat old now. It was brewed... Where's the roast date? It was brewed... Oh, God, at the end of October. I'm sorry, that's shameful. I've had this bag a while here at home. I have really nice fresh coffee at work because I do work at a place that has a fresh espresso machine. So we get beans in for that pretty frequently. So the ones at home can languish sometimes. Whew, we have just enough. There's 18.5 there. There, 18. What did you come back to? We're brewing coffee on stream, Uchi. It's gonna be great. You'll see. Anyways, so say farewell to our Kenya. Let's see, can I pronounce the name? So, I'm not good at running streams like this. Okay. Okay, yeah, Kenya Gitura is what we're brewing tonight. Okay. I'm gonna go grind this. I don't have a grinder that I can bring over here. It's like a big grinder, so I couldn't bring it over. I'll be right back. Okay, so next up is our mug. Today we're going to be using this cool clear mug. And I have, oh gosh, I hope I didn't spill the coffee. I didn't, that's good. I do have our coffee. It's ground up, it's in there. It's hard to see. This lighting is pretty awful, I apologize. If I was doing this again in the future, I might set things up differently. But anyways, here is our cone dripper with a filter in it. And the first thing we're going to do is just going to go ahead and let that filter warm up. So we're going to go ahead and take that water, just pour it around. Can I film this a little easier for you guys? A little better, I guess. That's probably the best angle you guys are going to get right there. Okay, cool. Sponsored stream. We're not sponsored by Desert Oasis, I promise. Although, would you believe me if I had a dumb enough idea? I was like thinking to myself once, I wonder if I asked the coffee shops around here if they'd sponsor a Twitch streamer if they would. Because everything here is coffee themed. I definitely thought about it. Alright. Once you actually let the water kind of trickle down and like preheat the mug a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and dump this out. Oh gosh, I have to take the whole thing with me. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Get that at a good angle for you guys again. Okay, that's a pretty good angle. So I'm gonna go ahead and zero out the scale and just make sure that it actually has 18. Probably hard for you guys to see that, but it does say 18 there. I'm gonna even this out. And the reason why we have it on a scale is I'm actually gonna weigh it while I'm brewing it to know how much water I'm adding. Now I know how much to add at each part. So the first part is called the bloom. I'm gonna go ahead and do that first. My goal is to just try and cover a little bit of the coffee with water, not have too much drip down through there. My goal is to have about 36 grams. That's 31, so it's a little bit light. That's okay. Having it light is good. You can see it kind of bubble up there. That means there's air still in there, so it's not totally stale. That's good. Once the air kind of goes away, then I'm gonna go ahead and do our next pour up to 120 grams. Is this really how I make coffee? It looks like some sort of science experiment. This is exactly how I make coffee pretty much every night before I get on stream. So it's kind of hard to see because of the dull lighting, but the coffee isn't as shiny or wet as it was before. So I'm going to go ahead and do our next pour up to 120 grams. This is how I was taught when I worked in a cafe. I don't really work in a proper full cafe right now. I work in a rock climbing gym that is lucky enough to have like a full espresso bar in it. And that's up to 120 there. And I know there's probably even fancier ways or even more exacting ways to make pour over, but this is how I was taught, so this is how I do it and how I've taught others to do it. I've thought about going back to a cafe and working a shift or two there so I could try and learn more about it. I would like to sometime. Cooking is both science and art. I guess baking is science. This is how you brew it usually, so this is exciting? Yeah. Cordial snail. We have a kinship. Okay, so I let it drip down like usually about like that much, like maybe like half an inch. I do our second pour up to 220 grams. I do feel kind of dorky doing a cooking, or like a brewing show, but I'm glad you guys like it. Cool. 221, that's okay. Close enough. Science that you can eat and drink. That's probably the best kind of science. You can't do that with like nuclear stuff or anything like that. I guess the camera angle isn't too horrid on this. The perspective's just kind of off. If I took a little bit longer, we probably could have gotten a little bit better looking. That's all right. Again, we're just going to let it drip down so there's like, I don't know, half an inch down in there. And I'll go ahead and do our last pour from 220 grams up to 300 grams. And then with this mug, I might need to be careful. I don't want to overflow it all over everything. That would be unfortunate. When I'm pouring, I'm trying to go around the inside and outside parts of the coffee bed there, so I'm kind of evenly exposing all the coffee to water, but I don't really want to hit the sides of the cone. If you do that, the water shoots down past the coffee and doesn't really brew too well. So that's part of why you have this special kind of kettle called a gooseneck, where it's like shaped with that goose or that like kind of curvy neck. It makes it a lot easier to pour the water very directly or very I don't know, specifically, precisely. That's the word. Yeah. So that's how I make coffee. This is what I do. This is how I do it at home. At work, I actually do use an espresso machine to make like lattes and mochas and stuff, all kinds of stuff. But this is what I do at home. All right, I'm gonna let that finish dripping down and then move some stuff back over so it's not a total mess over here. As long as what you're making tastes good to yourself, you're successful at cooking. This is really the only kind of cooking I can do. I'm awful at actual cooking. So the water's almost all the way done dripping down through there. It didn't overflow the glass, so that's good. I'm gonna have to carry the glass away. Normally you would just brew this pretty close to a trash can and kind of like pick the paper filter up out of there and throw it in the trash, but because we're not near a trash can, I'm gonna have to carry it over there. Oh well. Then we have to get our regular camera angle back in a minute here. That should be fun. Camera angles are actually a lot easier with the green screen because as long as you just have yourself and the green background, no one can really tell if you're off center or if you're a little bit crooked. It's kind of nice. We're not going to argue about cooking being science. I don't think we're going to argue about science at all. Watching a ton of Binging with Babish. Oh, Binging with Babish is so good. My roommate is actually good. Well, my former roommate is actually good at cooking, and he watched a lot of Binging with Babish. It was fun to watch it with him. Okay, let's get things cleaned up here. Get everything back to where it should be. Okay. And let's get the camera back. This could take a second. You guys get to see my wall for a second. Crazy. Nope. I'm sideways. You can see part of my room. That's not good. Okay. We're back. You're so used to instant coffee, so this is new to you. It's not like, it doesn't really matter too much if you're not into coffee. It's okay. Man, I'm so large. It's not how we want to look. It's also, we need to adjust the angle of some things if you're seeing the room on the side there. There, that's better. That's better. Oh no, you're seeing the room on the other side. Okay, that should be good. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Oh, any cream or sugar? Do I just drink it black? I just drink coffee black. Nice brew, thank you. I got too warm doing that, and then I'm gonna drink a warm beverage, so now we got the shirt out. You didn't get to see me take off the scarf, I'm sorry, chat. It's pretty good for coffee that's over a month old. Wait, no. Yes, it is over a month old. Yeah, so why I said that was shameful is, especially like, I guess, if you have coffee like that where it's whole bean, it's probably like pretty fresh for like 2.5 weeks. The first week it might not even be ripe enough. Sometimes when it's fresh from the roastery, it can be a little too ripe almost. You're not cut off at the right moment. Oh no, Strax, did you get to see it? Did you just see us brew coffee? All right, let's see. We need some fire cell stones, so let's go get those. When I have espresso drinks, I will occasionally have some almond milk in them. That's about it. Just hatched a shiny when I took a sip. Blessed? I guess so. That's cool. What's shiny? I don't know if I'll recognize the Pokemon, but I'll Google it. Doing production stuff with OBS is actually like really fun. The last part was the only thing that cut off. I was just talking about how it doesn't really matter too much. If coffee is not something you care inordinately about, I feel like any coffee will still get the job done. Like, it'll still taste sort of the same, and it will give you energy and help you wake up and help you use the bathroom in the morning if that's what you need it for. I don't know. It's something where I'm sure most people have at least one thing in their life where they really appreciate the fine details of it. Maybe? I feel like everyone has at least one thing like that. Coffee is just one of the things I really appreciate some of the fine details for it. It's fun. You kind of want to brew some coffee now? I wouldn't blame you. Is there another one over here? There's not. This mix is good. This is an instrumental mix. I was worried about this one because I kind of like the lyrics on our mixes usually. But this is pretty good. Okay, fire cell stones are what we need. So our buddy Dodo, he's digging up some rocks of his own. Yeah, I guess the one drink that I really would have milk in would be a cortado. Lattes and mochas are too much milk for me. I don't really drink much milk regularly. Nice to see you, Tuberkidios. So a cortado is like a 2-ounce double shot of espresso and like 2 ounces of steamed milk. Milk that isn't steamed quite as hot as you might normally steam it for an espresso beverage. Would recommend starting with a French press or pour over. Oh, are you saying you might start brewing coffee of your own? I got you. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. Yeah, French press and pour over are pretty good starting points. They're both pretty easy to do. And like if you screw up, then like if you don't have a scale, people do pour overs by eye all the time, and you can still get used to like, oh, okay, if I want it to be a little bit lighter, I'll take a little bit longer pouring the first part of the pour over. If I want it to taste a little bit darker, I'll take a little longer pouring the latter half of the pour over, and that'll adjust the taste a bit. You're not getting any fire cell stones. So don't stress out too much about it. The most important thing that you can do to make your coffee taste better is, I mean, first off, just brew it by hand, I guess. And then if you can do anything so that you don't pre-grind your coffee, that will have the biggest difference. Or buy pre-ground coffee or pre-packaged coffee. If you buy local coffee and you don't grind it until right before you're about to brew it, that's one of the biggest differences in terms of how it will taste. Started your journey with an AeroPress? Me too, actually, because it's more self-contained. It doesn't need a bunch of different pieces and stuff. There are kind of markings on the side of it that you can do for recipes. It's nice, and it's cheap too. So same, Cordial Snail, good choice. Hey, we had like 18 people here. Nice. I hope you guys enjoyed the coffee brewing. That is not our normally scheduled stream content, but it was fun. Hi, Bracky, bye. Oh, wait, is there a... No, this is bones up there, not mining. They smelled the coffee? If only you could smell through the internet. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe? I don't think Shepherd's chat would smell very good. You can really tell the difference with the CO2 releasing or whatever. Yeah, that's the main... Oh, oof. I mean, not from him, but just from how much his chat talks about butts. I feel like it would just be smelly in there. Pre-ground is just dead. Yeah, that's... Yeah, exactly. When you do that first pour, you saw those bubbles come out when I did that. That's like telling me that it's like at least a little bit fresh still. When you, it's fun, there's a big difference. When you get like a fresh bag of coffee and you pour water in it, it like bubbles up like a rising cake or something. It's great. And it smells so good. When you get like pre-ground coffee or like really stale coffee and you put water on it, it does like the opposite, like collapses. It's like, like collapses in on itself. It's so sad. Shed chat is definitely smelly. I feel like Shepard himself would probably smell pretty clean, but I don't know about that chat, man. That chat might not smell too clean. I forget, is there a mining spot up here? I think there's one more mining spot, but our chances are looking pretty slim for getting the fire cell stones that we need. I thought there was another one up here. There is, haha. You don't like the talk of smells? Okay, we'll get off of it. Remember you said something about October written on the bean bag? Yeah, it was that was roasted at the end of October, so it was about a month old. So that's, I was saying, basically coffee, when you have whole bean coffee like that and you grind it before you brew it, it'll be freshest for like between 2 and 3 weeks. So something that's a month old is kind of past its prime. And you can tell the difference. It starts, the flavors are kind of a little more muddied. Hey, Rosa. Welcome. Are you peeking in because of coffee or feet or both? We're talking about both those things right now. Not expired? Coffee doesn't really expire. Like as long, I guess, I've heard of something called bean mold before, but I don't think it's prolific enough of an issue to really be something of worry. Like as long as you keep it someplace that's not like super moist, it's not going to get gross. Some people freeze coffee beans. I don't know if that does a whole lot to keep them fresher. Both? Okay, well, good. I'm glad you're here for both, Rosa. Cheers. I guess we're going back out for more fire cell stones. I think you get those from the Elder's Recess, right? We just got unlucky. You just leave your beans in a pot, not much happens to it, yeah. What kind of grinder do I have? Some kind of fancy burr grinder. It is an electric burr grinder. It is Elder's Recess. That's why I couldn't bring it over here. I guess for years, actually, or at least well over a year, I did a hand crank grinder. So every time you wanted to have coffee, you would sit there and kind of just grind the coffee. And the reason you would do that is you can get a cheap electric grinder no matter what, but a lot of them have what are called blades, or like it's a blade grinder. What that means is that when you put the beans in there, a bunch of blades just kind of chop it up with gravity, and like they chop them up a bunch of different sizes. And it's actually a really bad thing for when you're trying to brew coffee kind of exactly, or have all the beans taste the same. So when you buy a bag of coffee like that, it's something called a single origin bean, where all those beans are from the same farm, they were grown at the same time, they were harvested at the same time, so they should all have the same flavor to them. So when you're tasting them, it's not a mix, it's not anything else. You're trying to taste like what that coffee tastes like, what that coffee from Kenya tastes like, something like that. So if you chop up all the beans in different sizes, that actually changes how they brew, where the little piece is going to brew really quickly, and then it's going to get kind of bitter quicker, whereas the big piece might brew slower, and so you get kind of a mix in there, and it's not good. So a burr grinder is two different pieces kind of crushing themselves together. And when they do that, you can kind of have them make every piece of coffee the exact same size, and so they brew the same. Those are a lot more expensive to get electrical ones of. You can get still cheaper electric burr grinders, but some of them are kind of hard to find, or they're a little bit janky. So I used a manual one for like a year and a half, believe it or not. Sometimes grinding enough coffee for 2 people, which took like, I don't know, between 5 and 15 minutes, depending on how determined you were. That's a long time to just sit there kind of just going, I'm grinding my coffee for like 10 to 15 minutes. I'm glad those days are over. I like having an electric one, but it was a gift from others. They weren't cheap, so it was a gift from family members and my roommate, which was kind of them. A very thoughtful gift. Grinding coffee beans feels good. I don't know. It kind of, I have some wrist issues, and it kind of irritated some wrist issues for me every once in a while. Oh, it seems. I got you. Okay. No, it didn't feel good. Well, this is a chill stream. Just making some Uragon armor, drinking some coffee, talking to chat about coffee stuff. Yeah, coffee, I don't know. And everything I'm talking about is sort of, I don't know, common knowledge for people who spend time like brewing and making coffee locally or that kind of thing. I feel like I still have a lot to learn, where if I get to go back and work at the cafe sometime in the future, I'll be really happy because I think I'll learn a lot more. There we go. Screwing and brewing. That should be the stream title of all of our streams from here on out. Screwing and brewing with Ristretto. I have achieved peak chill stream. I don't know about that. I think peak chill stream is when you're rainy and you just sleep. I think that's peak chill stream. I fought Brute. I've only fought him once. I fought him once on Shepard's stream, and I fought in the same stream. I fought one Scarred Garuga, and that's the only Scarred Garuga I've fought before. That's not a stream. I mean, tell that to Rainy. He got partnered off of it. That's the most I've heard you talk about coffee at one time. Yeah, I mean, I really do care about it. It's not just a theme for the stream for nothing. Is this a mining spot? It is. What did I think of him? It was in a big multiplayer group, so it seemed interesting. I think I was using Lance because that felt like a safe option. So I didn't really get to formulate my opinion super much because it was in a big multiplayer group. We probably killed him in like 5 minutes or something. I'm looking forward to finding him again in the future with, I don't know, weapons I feel confident with so we can try him out for real. We could do that tonight. We could try out Brute with sword and shield. See if he rocks our stuff or if we rock his stuff in. I'm curious to see if you can iframe his rolls. I think when I was fighting him, we had earplugs and I had a lance, so I could block him. With a weapon where you can't guard against him, it might be kind of tougher. Lance is definitely safe, yeah. All right, there we go. All right, let's change this up. Oh, it makes sense as to why Ergon was killing us so quickly. I didn't upgrade that Damascus armor at all. Granted, it has defense boost, but even still. Ooh, I don't know if I like how that armor looks, but that's okay. What have we got so far? Right now we have Guard 5, Blast Resistance 3, Attack Boost 3, Part Breaker 3, Iron Skin, Weakness Exploit, Geologist Flinch Free, and Offensive Guard. Cool. Let's see what we can do with this. And what lance do we want to use? Taroth Quest Claw. Wonder if we can upgrade the Elder Babel Spear at some point. That'd be nice. Okay. Have I tried playing without upgrading armor? I haven't. Mainly because I have a hard enough time anyways, some of the time. I feel like that'd be really tough. We can try it. I mean, we'll try it out with this. Why not? Let's demo it. Let's demo that aspect. Okay, so we have guard up and we have guard 5 already. That's not a flex because it was mostly out of ignorance at first. You've been playing the whole series mostly without upgrading. You just got used to it. That's nice. It reminds me of what Angani was talking about, where Angani is like, I don't know, it doesn't really bother him playing without healing anymore. He's just done it so long. It's a live affinity. I think upgrading armor used to cost a lot more. Couldn't be bothered. Part of that is I think that World just has a load of ways to get money. Okay, let's try it. So what are we going to hunt with this? Now that we have this set. So this is our set here. We have pretty poor tolerance towards ice, dragon, and water. We have 669 attack. How much defense? 783. That's kind of, it's still pretty okay. Guard 5, guard up, part breaker 3, offensive guard, iron skin, weakness exploit, crit die 7, flinch free. Interesting. Probably a decent lance set. Hey Katana, welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. We brewed coffee on stream, you missed it. I turned the camera down and we brewed everything and it was fun. I'll probably clip that, honestly. Or highlight it. I have the Brachy Lance. This is a custom upgraded Kuluyaku Lance. I think I want to make a greatsword set and a raw greatsword. So let's choose a cool greatsword to make. Here are those new defender weapons. Man, at rarity 7, they're as strong as the rarity 9. That's pretty crazy. So they are as strong as some G rank stuff. Hope you're doing well. That is a cool looking greatsword. This is the Bonboro one. I thought that was the Stygian one for a second. Right, we were going to do the Rathalos Gleam Sword as one of our choices for a cool raw greatsword. We already have the Winged Seraphid crafted up. I feel like the Tigrex one is kind of a good one. White and high rank though, yeah. We can do non-elemental boost on the Tigrex one too. It's kind of a classic design. Why do we have this one? Were we custom upgrading it? 1152. That's not super high raw. I guess it was just a water greatsword we were going with. Oh, we're not far off making the acidic lava in this one. I know that one's the meta one. Get the Tigi greatsword. I'm not necessarily looking for the most meta greatsword right now. I'm just kind of looking for whatever I want to make. Like whatever would be cool. I don't know, the Rajang one could be cool. You wear the Brachy one? I know you do. That's your one. I think I want to make the Rathalos one. I want to make the Silver Rathalos one. I feel like having pretty high affinity and pretty high raw is going to make this a pretty fun option, and it looks cool. So what do we need to make that? Three Silver Rathalos tails. This isn't for Unite. Well, you shouldn't make it there either. Because it probably needs tails from Freemium Unite, and Freemium Unite is not a fun place to get tails from. Alright, let's see. I don't know if I have any Silver Rathalos investigations. There might be an event quest for them. Oh. Well, that is an investigation right there. That might take us a couple tries, but that could be kind of fun. Sure, let's go for this investigation. Let's go with this screwy investigation. Non-upgraded armor. And lance, and let's see what we can make happen. I'm sure it'll be just fine. What was that? You're in 160p? We're going to do a really screwy investigation. Two Zenogres. It's a Silver Rathalos. Oh, it's a Silver Rathalos and a Stygian Zenogre. See if we can do it. I think I am going to bring the cat. Sounds fun. It should be interesting. Off we go. Maybe it'd be a great idea to upgrade some armor. Aren't I scared? Yeah, we'll see it. We'll see how it goes. Am I scared? Yeah. Yeah, sure. We have guard 5. We have guard up. We have the best lance in the game, the Kulu Yaku lance. What could go wrong? Now, where does Stygian start off in this map? I think Silver Athos will probably be confined to that small area up there. Hopefully Stygian won't be. It'd be a big pain if they were both stuck up there. Okay. This music sounds like public access TV stuff. I was about to change it. This isn't bad. I don't mind this. It's pretty chilly. It's pretty chilly. It's pretty great. I was thinking of changing it to some Galnerius for this quest. Yeah, this is pretty great. I agree. This is like some old sound and stuff. If I was a Stygian, where would I be? Maybe up. I have to check up. Definitely not down here. Can I select him as... No, I can't even... Maybe he doesn't spawn until after I do the Silver Athelos. I think that could be the case. Because otherwise, I think he would show up as down there as a mystery monster. Scared for chat, of course. Twitch acting. No, I'm actually scared of it. You've been listening to Christmas carols on the radio? I like Christmas music a lot. I guess we'll have to have a Christmas music stream, won't we? I wonder if there's a Monster Hunter Christmas album. Okay, I don't think I've done Silver Athelos with Lance yet. Don't want a lot for Christmas? I don't know. I really like... Oh, are you talking about Mariah Carey? Shep doesn't like that song too much, does he? All right, let's learn how to do him with Lance. That was with guard 5 too. Okay, bounce on the tail except for the tip. I don't want to get out of these spikes immediately. Spikes are scary. Yeah, I can picture the that you are typing out. Okay, got some slinger ammo. This could be useful. What is this? Slinger bomb. Eh. Soften up the tail first, I guess. There we go. Woo. Scary monster. Your girlfriend sent you a version of Toad singing that song and it was awful. How do people even do those horrendous, like, other character covers of songs like that? It just sounds like bad Vocaloids to me a lot of the time. Or it's just people doing funny impersonations, which are kind of bad but kind of good, I guess. You need to soften up that face. Vocaloids, huh? Yeah, I think so. That's the word, right? Oh, right, get out. Okay, we're good. I think we're going okay so far. He hasn't gotten mad yet. When he gets mad, it might get worse. Speak of the devil. We don't have speed sharpen on this set. Okay, we need to soften up that tail again. Geez, just going through the fire on our way to him pinged our health twice. Oof. That stomp, though. Ugh. I don't want it. I want the tail. Oh, man. Bummer. At least it's normal chill poison and not crazy tier 2 toxin. Poor Chester. Hang in there, buddy. Well, this does feel pretty wild. No, give me the tail. Thank you. There we go. Nice. I will take him out. This feels like a fun investigation. A couple really tough aggro monsters you have to take on with limited armor and kind of unlimited time. At least 50 minutes of time. Kind of encourages us to be thoughtful about how we're going to deal with the monsters rather than just trying to like brute force them or speedrun or something. Oh, dude, yes, this cat. There's any slinger ammo back here for me. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Nope, I still hit his face. This happened last time I tried to do that as well. For a second I thought I was talking about Affogato. Like when? Dude, yes. Dunked him. This set's still doing pretty good damage. That's another kind of heartening thing, is you see that there's really not too big a difference in damage between your most powerful meta sets and just a mix set you throw together, so long as the weapon's decent still. Thought he invaded the room. No, he's away in my room. Maybe we'll go ahead and we'll bring him out later on too. Make this a fun variety stream. Variety in terms of Riss's apartment, not the game. Riss's apartment variety stream. Go. And it being a multi-monster quest does mean that they'll be a little bit easier scale-wise, which is kind of nice. Oof, that bounce into Fireball. Brutal. Oh boy. Oh, we're dead. Ugh! He did it twice in a row! The madman. Well, this is going okay so far. I'm gonna restock. I did not think he was gonna do that twice in a row. I probably should have stood my ground because I do have guard 5. Should have waited, but man, it's pretty mad for him to do that twice. Katana, thank you for the host. Appreciate it. Kulu Lance for life. It's a good life. Or it's a good life. It's a good lance. It's a good life. It's a good lance. Exactly. Lance is love. Lance is life. Yeah, dude, this lance is super good. Like, it has, at rarity 10, I think? Yeah, at rarity 10, it has, before you custom upgrade it, it has the same base raw as some of the craziest lances in the game. And then you can custom upgrade it and add non-elemental boost to it. Oh shoot, we forgot to put that in the set, didn't we? We did. Bummer. Something to change before next time. Where's that tail? He knows. He knows I want the tail. Oh no! I was so sure I'd baited him over there. Alright, let's just play well. Did we break the face? I think we did. Looks that way. Soften it up. Nope. It's not softening it up, I guess. It's just the one part of his body that still bounces for us. I guess I cut his tail after he went to sleep. If he goes to sleep again, we're definitely carving the tail. Because that's what we're here for, is tails. You gonna watch some anime stuff with your row? Hopefully we'll be back before you're done. Well, cheers, Leo Breaker. Enjoy the anime stuff. Oh, that tail. That dumb tail. Oh boy. No, I failed. That's okay. Oh wait, is Gecko here? Oh no, you were just calling Uchi Gecko. Never mind. I got confused. Stream the carrots and salt the pepper them? Steam. I'm so confused. Can't even watch. I'm sorry, Uchi. Should probably get out and heal. Let's do that. Yes, perfect timing. Missed the wings a little bit. There we go. We're listening to a podcast at this point. Single pixel on the screen. I wish I could offer an audio-only version for people. It'd be kind of cool, I think. Alright, I might flash him once to get a sharpen in. Same one as Leona. Yeah, I was talking about this the other day. I really wish I could do something that would make it easier for y'all to watch. I don't know if there's anything I can do. If there was some setting I could optimize for you guys, I probably would at this point. You turned yours to 160 in solidarity. So I turned my monitor down to like 160p. I don't know how to do that really. Ooh. Cool lo-fi streams. That's the real hipster style streams, is watching Twitch in 160p just for the lo-fi aesthetic. Oh boy. Get out of the fire. Okay. This is pretty scary. Oh, this is really scary. Get out. We're alive! We did it! Oof. He really does that attack twice a lot, it seems. Get out of the fire. Chester. Disagree with that hitbox a bit. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Bummer. The stun. Can't wait to see what this game looks like. Hashtag support Uchi. I wish I could. Well, this isn't looking too good for the quest clear, you guys. Might take us another try or two. Wait, I already had that. Whoops. Freaking love this music. It's pretty goofy. What are we? Let's see what we're listening to. What are we listening to? This is instrumental city pop mix, Korea and Japan. I need to keep adding things to my city pop playlist. I agree. It is like you went back in time. Here, I'll give you guys the link. I won't hoard it. This isn't even a YouTube playlist. This is just like an hour of music as a video. This is some straight like PBS music stuff for sure. All right, bud. Let's finish this up. Punk. There we go. Like, not all of it has that vibe in this mix, but like a good, decent part of it has that like early 2000s, late 90s PBS vibe. I didn't grow up with cable. My family didn't watch cable TV at all. So I definitely watched a ton of PBS back in the day. So that vibe caters to me. Love how cheesy it is. Me too. Nice. Could have been better, but it could have been worse. We just have to be very, very careful for Stygian. Free jams for weddings and parties, man. All right, let's go get that tail. That's what we're here for. We get to keep this stuff. Okay, we got one of the lashes that we need. Do we need 2 or 3? I thought we needed 3, but you never know. Alright, and then I think the Stygian is probably not spawned on the map yet. He'll spawn when that Rathalos corpse decomposes. So let's go back to our camp and restock our items. And try our best not to die a 3rd time. I don't really like the hat on this armor too much. It doesn't look pretty or comfortable. But the armor overall is pretty cool. It's kind of fun to be using a full set. We also kind of look like Samus, just a tiny bit. Alright. His corpse is still there on the map, so we know that Stygian's probably not on the map yet. Although, is that usually how multi-monster investigations work? I don't think it is. It's not like this is a quest. So I'm not sure that that's how this works. Well, now his corpse is gone, so maybe Stig's here now. It'd be kind of hype if Stig was back in here too. He's not, though. Oh, I guess we'll just have to go searching for his tracks. I feel like maybe the atmosphere here just changed, like the lighting. Yeah, I haven't seen Stygian in the Elder's Recess yet either. Oh, there he is. I see him. He's up there. Oh, dope. He just went up where... I think he just went up where maybe Kushala ends, up there. Be an interesting place to fight him. I feel like Stygian in the Elder's Recess makes a lot of sense. Here's his paw prints. Hi, Fulgur. Bye, Fulgur. He did go up here. He's been in volcanoes before. Gotcha. Dude, this is going to be a hype spot to fight him. I'm kind of excited. I am a little worried. I've fought him with Lance once before, and it went okay, I think, if memory serves. Yeah, dude, let's get this. Let's just go. Let's try and be cautious. We have our cat, who'll probably get at least one sleep off. We have bombs for that. We've been practicing Stygian all weekend. Had to turn up to 360p to see this part. Yeah, Stygian's pretty hype, dude. These big empty slams. We can counter that no problem with guard 5. Give me it. Thank you. Risk and reward. His Cyclone Crusher is scary. Yeah, with Lance, that actually is a pretty scary thing to deal with. You have just enough time to sheath before it really comes out. I'm assuming that's the big attack. Maybe this one? No, that's just him charging up, I think. Yeah. This is also pretty scary. I think we can guard it with guard up. I probably could have guard advanced through that without much issue. Ooh! Wasn't expecting that. What's our health? Our health is at half. We should probably go ahead and heal. Alright, this is the scariest thing. Especially in an enclosed area like this. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. Oh no! We're okay. We survived. Yeah, in an enclosed area, that is a lot scarier. I only realized halfway through, I was like, wait, you should not try and Superman dive that because he lands the second one on top of you. Like, maybe you can super dive the second one? No, you can't even super dive the second one. Second one. Oops. That was the wrong response to that for sure. Alright, we might be dead here. Right. Ah, I think I upped the chip damage because I went into power guard. Bummer. At least we got the Silver Rathalos tail that we needed. We can try again. Kind of wish this bugs tracked you. Yeah, I get that. Oh, hey, our cat got a bunch of Silver Rathalos parts too. That's nice. Shouldn't have power guarded. Yeah, that was it. I was thinking it as I was doing it, Rock. I probably should have just held guard. The increased chip damage got me. Try doing Stygian first. If we can. I think he might have spawned after Silver Wrath died. But we'll see. That was fun. Man, we were doing pretty good too. You brought a salad to work with no fork. I kept having that issue, and then actually just a night ago, we had a big like ice climbing clinic at my job, and they gave us like nice camping sporks with like little holes drilled in them. And I was like, dude, I'm just gonna tie this to my backpack, and it's just gonna always be my backpack. I'll always have a spork. It'll be great. No need to search for a fork or a spoon at work anymore. I was like kind of unnecessarily happy about that, to be honest. Sporks are the most American thing ever. This one was like nicely made though, so I was kind of happy about it. Look at that reward Zenny too, man. I'm betting another voucher on it. Oh, you fisting it. You're fisting the salad? Okay. Let's get that non-elemental boost on this set. What do we want to sacrifice for it? I feel like... I think we're going to leave off elemental or offensive guard. You almost one-shot me. Impressive that you took that hit with the unupgraded armor. Yeah. Do speed sharpener. I think we're gonna do vitality, honestly. 1 point in vitality never did anyone any harm. I only have 2 points in weakness exploit. Ooh, that feels bad. Actually, wait a second. Does that even matter? It does matter. we eat? We did not eat. Also, real quick, we'll give ourselves a little bit more of a breather. We're going to adjust the colors in this armor to match the lance a little better. If we can. Now, this is the alpha set, and the alpha sets don't always give you the most leeway. Yeah, like nothing changed. Oh, we were just changing the head. I get it. I thought we had changed all. Okay, it just changes the little color of that part. That's okay. That's cool. Okay. Well, let's give that quest another shot. You had 2 straws despite having 0 forks, so impromptu chopsticks. I feel like I would have a hard time using straws as chopsticks. Wouldn't they just bend? I don't know. This is not where I want to be. Oh well, we'll take the rare mining, I guess. Let's try this elevated camp and see if we can find Zenogre. Oh god, that was a bad idea. See, I just do it. And like, it's a versatile thing, because from Power Guard, you do have a lot of different options. You can retaliate, a lot of other things. It's really nice. But I think I maybe overuse it. And now I'm trying to be cagey in the middle of a fight about it. Which is maybe not great either. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Oh boy. Alright, we have to sheath immediately. Run. 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 Woo! Oh, I wanted to counter after that. Should be good. Yep. Poor cat's getting dunked on more than we are. Down to blue sharpness again. Oh gosh. Perfect. There we go. Got it. Yeah, this is a good time. I'm definitely having fun with this tonight. Full set, unupgraded armor, difficult investigation. Good times. I'm going to sharpen instead of use this down. Nice. I bet he's limping. Ooh, the climactic end of the fight is going to take place down in the fire area. Let's go for it. Nice timing. Yeah, just as we dropped into green. Here we go. I'm so scared of that pin. I was countering. Oh boy. Just hold guard. Alright, we have to sheath immediately. Oh wait, no, that wasn't supposed to be... Well, that worked better than it could have. That wasn't what I was trying to do. I was trying to roll. Oh well. I was trying to be ultra fancy and go for a clutch claw counter on the final, like, teleportation, because I saw G-Rank Kurapeko do that on Twitter. It was cool. Cool drink? Oh, oops. Well, yes, thank you, Uchi. I probably should have a cool drink. That hitbox is incredibly small on that tail swing. really close to dead. He's leaving though, so we're good. Imagine we die to the freaking volcano. The heat damage. Thank you for the reminder about the cool drink, Uchi. I forget. I appreciate it. What do you guys think? I'm not thinking we're going to capture this guy. I think we're going to kill this guy. Whew. This quest seems kind of dangerous, but you're doing well. Maybe go for the kill. Yeah, I just want to, like, if we're doing this dangerous quest as a challenge, we're going to keep going with the challenge part of it. Him and Fulgur are up here. Maybe they'll get in the turf war. Ristretto wants blood. Who could have guessed? I kind of do that sort of often, I guess. His movement is so cool. Tail hitbox is weird. Oops. Bonk. The most acrobatics an ogre has ever been. It's so cool. I really like that fight. It's a good one. I'm glad they've added this one to the game. I wish Narga was anywhere near as good as the other monsters in this game. It makes me sad, dude. He's so slow and big and dumpy. I don't know. He's not like a bad fight. But then you look at like Glavenus or this, and it's like, dude. Barioth feels more like Narga than Narga does. I hope he gets a really cool subspecies and is like crazy different. Bye-bye. I don't want to fight up there on the tiny platform. Maybe Lucent Arga would be good. If we got Lucent Arga, that'd be pretty cool. Oh, you can block that original hitbox there. I did it! It was cool! Screw you, puppy. God, that's cool. Did you break the platform? It looked interesting. It kind of looked like it. I think it was just particle effects, but I'll take a look. That was a good Stygian Snugger fight. That was fun. Yeah, I think it was just a particle effect from him, like, smashing down. I don't think he actually broke parts of it. Particle effects with physics, that's kind of complex. Awesome. Yeah, World is, like... I don't think I talk about it very much, but this game is really, really beautiful. More so than a lot of games this generation. Like, there are games that look more realistic than this game. But there are a few games that approach an environment with as much detail as this game does. I guess we'll go back to a camp and restock items. Chat just confirmed Lucent Arga. I think they did. Yep, y'all are almost there. The wait's almost over. You were about to. I don't even do that really thinking about that, like, but it definitely sounds like the big sip. Yeah, don't waste your beans. I got you. I guess I'll give you guys some beans for the triple from a little bit ago. And we'll give you more beans when I win. Yeah, beans. My bean economy's crap because I'm so kind. Is that it? It's great. Never stop. Okay. Right, we need to soften that face up. I forgot. I think this is the scarier of the two fights, honestly. God. Mainly because of how much stuff you can do to screw Lance up because you're stuck in place. Oh, that was dumb. Lance is just a longer sword and shield. Is it? Oh, that bounce is scary. Yeah, they aim at weird things when the cat's on them. Nice. Bigger shield, bigger sword-ish. You approve? What happened to sword and shield for life? We're not sword and shield for life on this stream. I mean, I really like sword and shield in the world. Pobiega, it's good to see you. Lance was actually one of my first loves in World. Before I played Sword and Shield, I played Lance. Hopefully soon we'll feel pretty comfortable with more of the weapons. That'd be kind of fun too, I guess. Oof. Am I gonna that guy get the tail? Yeah, we're focusing on the tail. I appreciate the reminder, though. That's why we're in the quest in the first place. We wanted to fight Silver Rathalos, and this was an investigation we happened to have for him. There was probably also an event quest up, but this works too. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and heal. Because he's focused on something else. A fool and his beans are soon sharded. LOL. I appreciate that. Gotta soften the tail again. Ah. Also got sharpen. Not yet though. Alright, his face is still hard. Oh, his face is hard enough that we bounce off his face with blue. That's kind of scary. Yeah, that's really scary, actually. Oof, the reverse hitbox on that. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, we're stuck. We're okay. Whew. Lance, 80s Japanese pop. You are here, Gorbush. Welcome. We're doing some Lance to 80s Japanese pop. I hope you're down. I'm down. Love Lance in the nerdy beta, but the full game you couldn't get rid of your Charge Blade tendencies. I'm kind of looking forward to someday feeling comfortable with Charge Blade. It just feels so galaxy brain to me right now. There's so many different moves and considerations and way you're supposed to play it. And then it boils down to something that's kind of simpler, where it's just like you're just trying to get as many files into a monster as possible. But doing that at first is so complicated. And I've played Charge Blade in the older games. It's just been a long time. And Charge Blade played a lot differently in Generations compared to the other games. Great. Good idea, Mike. Ah! The wind pressure. I tried playing Longsword a little bit this weekend. That weapon feels so totally different in this game. No, I screwed it up. Like, optimal longsword play feels nothing like the previous games. Optimal longsword play involves almost none of your actual normal moves. And to me, that's kind of weird. Why do I do Power Guard for that? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, bad call there. Should have guarded both of those. Aw, Gorbush, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it very much. Cheers, you shared 5 emotes with chat. You're down, rad. Again, that mini kappa is great. This is a tough investigation we're working on. It's a Silver Rathalos and Stygian Zinogre investigation. This is our second attempt. Our first attempt, we killed Silver Rathalos and lost to Stygian. This attempt, that was our first cart. We already killed the Stygian, so we have all 3 carts left for Silver Wrath here. Should have made a new weapon with a new longsword moveset and left longsword as it was. That's kind of what I was left thinking when I was playing it today. Is like, this is like a totally different weapon. It's like a storing energy and then releasing energy back at the monster sort of thing in like counters. But it doesn't feel like longsword. Longsword's about like that triangle combo and fade slashing out of the way and trying to sneak your spirit combo into things and like trip monsters and get it. The counters are fun, and the EI slash is cool, and like the Helm Splitter is cool. It just doesn't feel like longsword. I don't know, it was weird. I think what would feel satisfying to me in this game would be playing longsword and trying to mix everything together in a way that felt satisfying and good and like optimal, even though I wasn't always face tanking for Helm Splitters every moment. I don't know. Miss old longsword? Me too. Maybe we'll spend some time with longsword recently trying to do our... What would you call a classic pure longsword, or like a mix of new and old longsword? I don't know. Our wholesome moral longsword? I don't know. I need to stop power guarding. Whoop. Oof, that was quick. Wasn't Longsword from Gen 2 to Gen 3 super different? Nope. Gen 2 had everything except for the last part of the spirit combo and the gauge. 3rd gen added the gauge, but you still use all the same moves. That's the main thing about World that feels weird to me, is like, the gauge is still super important because it means how much damage you're doing when you're doing Helm Splitters. But the way you get your gauge, if you're being optimal, has nothing to do with the spirit combo, or usually has almost nothing to do with the spirit combo. And instead it has much more to do with landing counters, which is cool. It's just not longsword. Like, I was watching some speedruns, which granted are always going to be spamming the most effective moves possible, but it wasn't even like it was a mixture of concepts. It was just all counters, all Helm Splitters. There was almost no use of the spirit combo or the regular triangle combo. Wasn't based only on the charge levels. I mean, that made it different in that you were trying to get those finishers out, But even in 2nd gen, if you were playing longsword well, you were trying to use your spirit moves as much as possible because they were your most damaging moves. So that wasn't too much of a change. That Bracky Lance looks sick. Can't wait for January. Was Bracky added later? Nope, Bracky's part of the base game. This is a custom upgraded Lance, actually. This isn't even the Brachydios Lance. This is a Kulu Yaku Lance. No! Please have mercy. Yes, he's gonna have mercy on us. We're alive, chat! You got like 2 hours or so of sleep. Hi, Shroudsy. Good to see you. I'm sorry you only got 2 hours of sleep. I hope you're okay. Chester with the clutch taunt. Yep. Dude, Chester comes in clutch. I don't always let him come with us, but when I do, he sure does help out. He's a good Palico. I think about how bad that would be if I'd gone into Power Guard. I'm tempted to sharpen, but eh. He fell asleep watching the Knack stream. I watched a little bit of the Knack stream earlier. I came in and he was talking about bondage, I think? I wasn't too surprised. No, no, no! No! Get us out of the burning fire. Is the claw counter not useful? You don't see me using it. It is very random as to if it'll be safe. It is very dependent on what he chooses to do after you counter. It's very useful. It's very useful against certain parts of him. Like, we could probably use it here against his head. But if he chooses to attack again with his head or attack again with his feet after you clutch claw onto his feet, you're going to get hit. And we really can't afford to get hit. Our armor isn't upgraded right now, so one hit is pretty bad for us, especially if it's like one of the worst hits there. Ugh. The uptime of offensive guard is nuts. It's pretty good. We only have level 1 right now, too. And he doesn't really attack with his head so much. Like, he shoots fireballs, but you can't do that. Oh boy, we are out of stamina. This is an awful situation. And we're okay. He doesn't really attack with his face too much when he's in the air especially, so it's kind of hard to get onto his head where we'd want to be. Ooh, we're lucky he's going after the cat. 3 of them. He just did 3 of those. Alright, I am okay with going ahead and flashing him again. Because I'd like to sharpen. Didn't work. There we go. Yeah, the claw counter is really useful. Certain matchups are super safe. Like, I love it in Tigrex. For Tigrex, it's such a good move because you can clutch claw on during his charge, and he doesn't kind of re-proc that attack with his claws while you're on him. So you can just always soften up his arms and get some damage on him when he's charging around, which is more than a lot of weapons can say. It's really nice. I'm sure I could actually be using the claw counter better for sure, but in a matchup like this, I have a hard time thinking of when it would be safe for me to use it. That's something where it's kind of matchup dependent, so it takes a lot of experimentation to figure out what moves are maybe safe to clutch counter and which aren't. Like, that one probably would be, because he bites with his face. Ooh, I don't know why I thought it was safe to just stand there. Oh boy. He is a scary fight. Yeah, I went for it there. I think guard up on Lance is pointless now with the power guard. No. Oh no. Oh, are we gonna get... We're dead. We gotta be careful. This is our last cart. Do I think guard up on Lance is pointless now with the power guard change? No. It's nice to have it still. One of my main lance sets still has it on it. It's pretty easy to get with just 2 Ergon pieces, or with the decoration if you've got it. Makes it so you don't have to worry about guarding anything, really. A lot of the moves that require guard up aren't going to be as generous as giving you a full couple seconds to kind of get your power guard up to where it has guard up built in. Doesn't it take a couple seconds with power guard to get guard up? Like, it takes a minute and then kind of poofs. I think that's how it works. In any case, we have guard up on the set right now because we're running Uragon set. Need that deco so bad. Me too, dude. I don't have it. I have very few good decorations because I did not grind my face on base game. Why do you use Mega Nutrients instead of Max Potion? Because I want the Max Potions for if I'm in a bad situation. I should have restocked, honestly. Oh well. We might try capturing him. Please. No! I hate this area so much! Okay, it doesn't matter. He's not ready for capture anyways. I hate this area so much with those stupid spikes. Alright. Just have to play really carefully. Try and be thoughtful about whether we're guarding or power guarding or whatever. Really need that face break too. It's keeping us from so much good damage. Oh boy, that bounce. Ah. Bring Mandragoras to combine more. I could do that. You're right. I guess that would be a lot quicker. Fog. Oh, dude, this cat. So good. I love you, cat. Whoops. Whoops. Well. Hey, it still worked, and we broke his face. That worked pretty well. Sometimes I go into power guard for stuff like that so you can re-aim your attack at him. Still the high rank bond weapon? I don't know. It could be. I forget if it's the master rank one or not. Whew, scary. Ooh, scary. Oh no, he did it twice! He keeps getting me with that. I need to remember. I need to remember. If he kills us, I'm gonna be so sad. So why you're looking forward to the 7th? Played so much more on PC than you actually have decos there. Nice. That'd be a really, especially if it's like some of the 1-slot ones or some of the ones that are like 2-slot decos. Those are still super useful. Like, I wish I had some actual guard decorations. Guard, Mind's Eye, that kind of thing. Must be tired out. Oh! Whew! I think we evaded the stomp there. I think the ceiling falling actually procced that. Uh-oh. Not so good there. Are you gonna switch to PC when Iceborne's released or stay on PS4? I don't have a PC that's good enough to run World on PC, so I'm gonna be staying on PS4. My PC is pretty much just good enough to stream, and that's about it. It can run Warframe decently well, and Warframe's kind of a low demanding game. World does not do super well on it, much less while we're streaming. Nice. Yeah, see, I'm like 500 hours in on PS4, and I still don't have a crit boost echo. It's driving me nuts. That hitbox, though. No! I can't believe last time we did just fine on him, and then failed on Stig, and this time we did just fine on Stig and failed to him. Ugh. Got a mantle, though. What? It's not what I need. Oh, well. We'll try again. Nice try. Thank you. What is that one? So snowy. That's a global emote. God, that sucks. I could have carved the tail. I could have carved the tail too. What a bummer. I think he went to sleep after we cut his tail off. Just wasn't thinking. Oh well. This time, we'll get that quest for sure. I have half a mind to go and just fight Silver Rathalos somewhere else, but we've already poured so much time into this. I want to do the quest. We have one more voucher, so. What else is there to be done? Except try again. It's a mix? How is it a mix? I don't know how that works. You can mix two emotes? I thought that was just limited to the channel emotes for a channel. Oof. We need a different mix from this one. Let's find some more cheesy music. What was that one that we added earlier today? It was their only mix, right? It was... Why is this in there? Yeah, it was this one, this instrumental city pop mix. Let's see if there's more from them. Oh, there is. Okay. Good, good. That sounded like it was going to be a banger. We listened to that one pretty frequently, so I'm trying to find a different one. Okay. See if we like this one. All right, let's get that Sticky and Zig. Look at this fur stuck on the wall. Last time he appeared around here. Maybe he's up at the top now. Got an investigation. That's nice. He might be up here. It'd be fun to start off up there with him. Alright, we'll try and do as well against him as we did last time. If we start seeming like we're just kind of getting tired and not playing too well, I'll try and finish up with just a simple Silver Rathalos event quest or something to get the final tail we need. I'd like to start just doing some work on Greatsword. I'm saying that just in case this quest goes terribly, terribly wrong this time. Then I'll have a plan for what we do next. He's a funny doggo. Nice. Nice, it's still going, yeah. We're still on that same quest. We failed it twice now. One time we killed Wrath, and then we failed the quest to Zenogre. The other time we killed Zenogre first, and we failed to Rathalos. So this is our third attempt. Whoops, that was not what I meant to do. Oof, it's okay. It's been fun. Both the fights are pretty trying. We haven't upgraded our armor at all either. So we're definitely dying pretty easily to them. He's so acrobatic. Okay. Have to go ahead and shield. Dude, the cat knocked him out of it. Cat's so good. And then it put him to sleep. Dude. Can't make this stuff up, dude. This cat's real good. I failed that. Oh well. Same misinput, but like hours later. That's okay. There we go. He's leaving. Yep. Cool. This fight's really fun. The more we do this fight, and I think the little bit more use I get, the more I get used to his animations, the more I'm enjoying this fight against him. Oops. Oof, that health though. I don't think I've ever cut his tail off. Okay. Oh, I didn't get to do the clutch counter. Oh well, that's okay. Too early on that hop there. A little scary. Good thing he's going for a cat so much instead of us. Oops! We hopped right back into a thunderbolt. And our cat put him to sleep again. Is there a spot where it says what your Palico's equipment is? Palico info. Feline Bond Ball Alpha Plus Rarity 9. That's probably a G rank weapon instead of the high rank one. This music is perfect for a sleep beast and ogre. Methinks. Oops. Wait, that's a pin. God darn it. Whew. That should be some straight murder right there. His effects work is really good. Second horn break. Yeah, bummer. Wanted to get a couple more juicy hits in on the tail there. Oh well, that's okay. Grab the pieces. I love that that's an area all the way up there. It's just cool. Like, this map is pretty cool. And not super comparable to a lot of the other maps in the series. I guess the only other map that it really feels comparable to is maybe the area you unlock to explore in G rank of Generations Ultimate, where you go to fight Valstrax, and even then, they're kind of different things. This is more crystalline, whereas that's more windswept, kind of super mountainous. What do you say? I think we try fighting him on this tiny platform. Nothing could go wrong there. Nothing. No, I screwed up the hotkey. I always do that. It's so unresponsive. Okay, that was getting a little scary. That was getting a little scary. I was getting nervous about how I was going to heal up on this little pillar. But we killed him pretty quickly when he slept last time, so I figured we could do the same this time. And we could. Alright. Let's go tackle our demon. This game's pretty cool. Alright, Silver Rathalos. Let's do this. Okay, that's a good start. We also need to drink another energy drink, I just realized. Good things. It's okay. Well, this is going well. The key to this fight early on is breaking that face. It's the first chance we get, we should try and clutch claw that, get it all softened up. The tail's pretty rough too, though. Man, this fight with Purple Sharpness must be a dream. Oh, that bounce, man. Bummer. That's okay. That was dumb. I really wanted to get that head softened up. interesting how the tail is even harder than the head. I wonder how that works, like, property-wise in the game. Different hit zones have different sort of hardness levels. I feel like the first time we fought him, I was doing better against him. Instead of the second and third time here. That was not supposed to be a Superman dive. That's okay. Rathalos, you are a scary monster. Please let me get this off. Can't believe that worked. I thought for sure if he did a fireball there, we would have gotten hit by it. Guess not. Okay with it. Having a cat here is such a godsend. Like, imagine if we didn't have a cat for this fight. This fight would be so much harder without a cat with this armor. I owe you guys more beans because we tripled again. That's okay. I'll get you guys them in a minute. Yeah, me too, cat. Me too. Oh, nope. Didn't work. Oh, you need to start putting the face up too. Cordial Dale, still #1 on that leaderboard. Doesn't really surprise me if I'm honest. Now we're bouncing off the face too. Oh, we're stunned. That's it. I think the bounces are probably a big portion of what's getting us hit and killed. Let me go ahead and give you guys that 300 for the last triple that I forgot.
The French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence.
Good old Orson. He knows how I feel. Alright, well, let's keep going. We have 2 more carts. We just gotta keep playing carefully, and we got this in the bag. Aw, hey Ken, thank you. 9 months, that is quite a while. Thank you for the sub, or for the resub. Hope you're doing well tonight. We're doing some more full set challenges. Right now, we needed some Silver Rathalos parts for a greatsword I'm trying to make, so this is a fun investigation we've been trying out. It's a Stygian Zinogre and a Silver Rathalos in the Elder's Recess. It's been pretty fun. This is our third attempt at it. First time we finished Rathalos and carted to Zin. Second time, we finished Zinogre and carted to Rathalos. So we're kind of in the middle of things right now. Been better, but good to be here. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry if it's been like a rough work weekend or something like that. Dude, Cat is so good. Do we have bombs? Sure do. Let's get that head break. Oh, the wind pressure, guys. I did show off my coffee brewing earlier. That's true. I did brew coffee on stream. It was kind of fun. Changed the camera up for a minute. Won't go into it, but you're in the ER all day yesterday. I'm so sorry, Ken. Are you okay? Will you be all right? Like you said, you won't go into it, but even still, I hope you're well. You are thought of. Just a bad time. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear you had a very poor time. Hopefully that's behind you. Now you're here in the stream. That's what matters tonight. So much bouncing. But yeah, something we were talking about earlier tonight was what kind of challenge run, or what kind of challenge or goal I want to set in World going forward. I have fun with nights like tonight and like most of our World streams where we just kind of have we have sort of an idea of what we're going to do at the beginning, and then it kind of usually just goes off into whatever. Like, you never really know where we're going to end up in these World streams, what we're going to end up fighting or doing. And I think I kind of missed some of the structure of a goal and challenge like our challenge runs in the other games. So I was trying to think of what kind of challenge run would be good and suited to where we are in terms of how good I am at World, which is just kind of middling. I don't know. I feel sort of middling in some ways. And like where we're at, where we already have access to a lot of good gear. Not all challenge runs work when you already have most of the gear in the game. So we talked about some full armor set showcases, or some all monsters, all weapons, or some all arena quests, all weapons. What we're doing right now is this is a full set of Uragan armor. It's unupgraded. And this is a Kulu lance I already had. We're taking on a tough investigation, and it's been pretty fun. It's been a good challenge. We did brew coffee. Apparently that was a memorable part of the stream. You're the second person to bring it up, Strax. Hope you guys liked that part. I guess I don't normally talk about coffee all that much for how much I love it. You just got off of Iceborne? Nice. We were brewing and screwing. That's what we decided to call that portion, yeah. What were you up to, Ken? You know, everyone's kind of prepping for that siege. We're here specifically because we need Silver Rathalos tails. That's why I'm focusing that tail right now. Ouch. We're going to be in a rough spot here. Alright, at least he's slow. That's good. Oh! No! I thought we were safe. We weren't safe. Hunting with friends cleared MR200 quest. Nice. Are your friends up there too, or are you just at that point? That's pretty rad. And here we are again. Down to our last card against Silver Rathalos with Lance. Series of few mistakes means failure. We have a lot of beans for people now. So, anyways, that's some of the stuff we were talking about earlier. Is kind of just, I think I get more fulfillment out of this particular game, or just the games in general, when I have a set challenge or a set goal that we're working towards. Helps me focus in a little bit. Probably have a lot of high expectations for the Siege. I don't know. I think I'm just kind of excited because it seems like the fight so far was more interesting than Kulve. Was more akin to something like a Xeno or a, Shara. It's kind of exciting to me because Kulve was pretty boring. Even when she got to be more angry, I found her moves to be too slow and kind of dull. Probably broke his head. Guess not. Alright, there goes the tail. That's nice. Shoot. Nice. Okay, we're gonna carve this tail right now. Perfect timing, Cat. Thank you. Is that a new Twitch thing you didn't know? It's for the holiday, I think. Oh, we got this game, you guys. We got shard from the tail. Nice. That's what we're here for, you know, Rathalos shards. It's cool. Actually, you know what? Like what I was saying, slow and steady, we'll be okay. Lots of nice random, lots of nice regular guards. Some nice slow reactions to things. We'll be just fine. No, I screwed it up. I hate that hockey so much. So bad. No power guards would be a good rule. Your computer made a few noises like tapping a Pepsi can. Made a noise like a cutting through PVC wood with a table saw. That sounds bad. Sounds like your computer has become a wood shop. Dude, that's cool. 3D print some stuff out of wood. Assuming it's bad, you've been trying to troubleshoot it. I would probably also assume it's bad, yeah. Oh boy. Oh no. No, please, no. Okay, we have to heal right now. Oh! That's just carving. No, we're dead. We're dead. Because I went for the freaking shiny. I'm so mad. We've tried this so many times. It always happens. Ugh. R3 clutch switches are tough. You're sort of getting the timing for the strafe charge into 1k dragons on bow, and it's kind of a nifty little combo. Man, I'm so mad. I've gotten 2 mantles while trying to get this one tail. We carved the tail, and it was just short. I'm so sad. I'll try it again. It's a fun investigation. I want to become a greatsword user. That's why we're doing this. I'm trying to make a cool greatsword to use. Got some cool Stygians and Ogre investigations. Let's just do this Silver Rathalos one. Okay. I guess it would help if we upgrade the armor, but that would be cheating at this point. We must have been so close, too. Stinky has yet to drop his mantle for us. I think that was my second one from him, actually. Which feels pretty nice. What are the events right now? Yeah, we still have a Silver Rathalos and a Gold Rathian event quest, too. It's kind of nice. Added vouchers. Wasted them all on the quest. Oh well. We tried our best. Those were all pretty good tries. It's kind of bummy that the first time we were able to finish Silver Rathalos but not Stygian. Is session open? I don't know. Would you guys like to play at all? At this point, I've tried that quest enough and played enough that I think like I'm okay just getting the tail card with some other people. It's been fun optimizing on it. Let me go ahead and set up a session. You're done for the day? No worries, Ken. That's fine. You're on right now? Are you working on something already, Leo Breaker, or would you like to jump in for some hunts? It'd be fun. After this, I'm down to hunt whatever. You'll jump in, nothing pressing. Okay, cool. There you go. That's the session. I'm going to be using this full... If you guys wanted to join in the challenge and just jump into some full armor sets, you're welcome to. But if not, that's fine too. I'm not going to press you guys to mess with your builds. It's been a fun stream. Even though I'm frustrated with that quest, I've had a good time going in with some like slightly suboptimal gear and trying to play carefully against some tough monsters is always a fun time. I feel like I want to change our Palico gear up. We've been using the Shara stuff for a while. Let's go look at what other stuff we could make. This gathering hub is very cool. Yeah, some co-op. We don't always do that on this stream. Loading in? Yeah, no worries, no rush. To either of you. Narigante stuff. Devil Joe stuff. Basil Goose stuff. Feline Samurai. That's kind of cool. Leather set. Wiggler set. Is there any better sleep stuff? Probably not. Nope. Just that one. Disappointed in your MR200 time. Gonna have to go back to it at some point. What is that quest? I don't even... I haven't played enough to really have memorized what all those quests are. Gathering hub? Yeah, I'll be there in just a moment. Whatever. Tempered Teo, Tempered Luna, Tempered Valk, and Ruiner. Dang. I would not do well at that quest. Yeah. Teo I feel pretty okay about. Here's Leo Breaker. Let's see what he's rocking. Rocking a strong set. Some Damascus, Garuga, Golden Headdress. Ah, the Rajang one. Crit Eye, Health Boost, Crit Boost, Weakness Exploit, Focus, Handicraft, Artillery, Offensive Guard, Airborne, Capacity Boost, Evade Extender, and Guard. Nice. Teo is surprisingly the most challenging. Really? I definitely would have a much harder time with Luna and Ruiner. Those are two fights that I feel very shaky on still. Not confident at all. Ooh, and it looks cool too. Oh, you have a mix of Ingot and Steel Knight, if I'm looking at that properly. I love that we have Ingot as layered armor now. Or is that Damascus? That might be Damascus. Set looks sweet. It's all Damascus? Really? Oh, that's just how Dude's Damascus looks, I guess. Looks cool. So you post 4 gold, 1 bronze? Whatever you'd like, dude. Did my session crash? I'm confused. I can't access the player list. Did I accidentally knock myself out of the session or something? I think I crashed in the session. I'll join yours then. Ain't that fun? Save first? Okay. Thanks for the help. I'm not good at multiplayer stuff, clearly. How do I... Can I not join here? I'm so bad at this, you guys. There we go. We made it. Okay. Would you mind sending me an invite? I'm so for it. This. Now let me join. Okay. He's spazzing on the menus. I'm trying to figure out how to join. Okay, thank you guys. The invited friend screen is so laggy. It is. It's not great. It's time for new consoles. I mean, look at this. This is too much for the 4-year-old PS4 Pro. Alright, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys jumping in to help me out. And then dragging my butt into a session. Oh. Good music. Okay, I'm here. I made it. Well, thank you guys for waiting. I'm in. I'm here. We'll try not to die. Right, Shroudsy's been working on Insectglaive. What Insectglaive are you using? That looks like the Pookie Pookie one. You going for those custom upgrades? See, a fellow person of culture, are you using Hornitar armor? Hornitar layered armor? Hornitar layered armor is pretty good. It's got that nice, like, greenish blue, shimmery look to it. You need nothing to play with? I'm feeling the same way, Ken. I tried out Longsword earlier today. It doesn't feel anything like Longsword. Like, the combos are still there. Like, you can press triangle and you do a slash with the sword, but it's all about counters and it's all about helm breakers and EI slashes, and it's so different. There we go. Thankfully, I don't have to worry too much about the Elder's Recess bug anymore. I'm excited to make a greatsword set and just start playing greatsword kind of casually. All right. I've never heard this song before, but I like it a lot. Anything outside of Acidic Lavinus is sad. Yeah, I have that one almost fully upgraded, but I don't know. Going for the Silver Rathalos one for the looks and for the fun of it. Been working on a sleep set. Do you have a weapon in mind for it, Ken? Or are you going to use it with Switch X? Shroud's got the secret area back in there. Sleep Switch X, nice. What would that be, the Paolumu one? Oh, it wasn't Shroud's using the Insect Wave, it was Leo Breaker. My bad. Trying to make a set for every element and status. That's pretty neat. I've almost got that down with Sword and Shield, kind of, but they're not optimized. Nice. Alright. Run them into walls too. Or we got thorn pods. It's gonna make things easier. Nice. Always nice to get in a group and hunt occasionally. Very low music right now. That's okay. It'll come up again volume-wise. Nice, Shroudzy. Those clutch tenderizes. Oh, he's going to sleep. Nice. Set some bombs by his face. Leo Breaker's still on him. That's a thing? Very confused. Wait, did you continue your mount through the sleep? What? I've never seen that happen before. That was really weird. Yeah, that has to be a glitch. That was bizarre. Maybe because of the temporal mantle, you didn't get thrown off. That was really weird. Uh-oh. I'm perfectly fine. Huzzah. You're laughing your butt off over here? That was crazy. How did that look on your screen? Like, what happened? Because Did you even keep attacking or get off, or what happened? Or are you a hacker mans? Pretty crazy here. Pretty crazy glitch. Why are there bombs over here? That was pretty cool. I mean, if you hit him with those, that was pretty rad. I think you kind of did. I think he flew through the bombs as you hit them. That was a big brain play. Oops, that was an accident. I went for it. Kicking yourself out into the air as Lance in the middle of the air is quite fun. Or in the middle of a charge, excuse me. Oh, that was going for the tail, but that's okay. I'll take the wing too, I guess. I don't even know what part of his body I ended up attaching to. Oh god. Oh dude, someone has wide range on. Shroudsy does, right. It's the wide range greatsword set. Definitely just helped me out. Thanks, Shroudsy. Yes. It's the tail. We got the tail. That's what we're here for. It's going okay so far. Bounce. Greatsword is a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm looking to spend some time kind of getting used to it in a style that's not crit draw. We spent a little bit of time with crit draw Greatsword a couple weeks ago, but I was watching some TA runs of Greatsword and it made me want to get a little bit better at kind of, I don't know, going into, like, engaging with a monster, going in with a draw attack or a level 1 or 2 charge. If you can, tackle through the monster's response, let another, like, set up another charge, excuse me. And you kind of see how much of your combo you can fit in through tackles and proper positioning. It seemed fun. I'm kind of excited to try it out. Shroudsy, you are a godsend. What a guy. I don't know if it still counts as a unupgraded armor challenge if your teammate is wide-ranging you, but I'll take it. Because I need you there pretty badly. Woo! Nice. Crit shot is a bit boring. It was kind of fun to kind of build for and make some different elemental greatswords to make it make sense. Combine that with Frostcraft, it was pretty fun. But I don't know, it felt pretty one-dimensional. Like you just line up varying sizes of draw slashes against monsters. Something actual regular raw focus greatsword would be more fun. Ouch. When I hunt, it's always a challenge. LOL. Thanks, Ken. You're not wrong usually, but you're not wrong about that. Let me go ahead and sharpen. Ow. Oh, bounce on his stump. That's okay. It's been a long night of hunting. Sort of. Sort of a long night of hunting. And coffee brewing. Talking about what we want to do for challenges. I'm still not totally sure what I want to do for challenges. Really like your Brute Tiger X greatsword, but you think you need a new greatsword? Sounds like Acidic Lab is the way to go for raw. Nice. Countered that. It's kind of bummer. Thanks, Shroudsy. Perfect. Perfect timing on that antidote. I think it's not a simple fight even for a group of people. There's still some real scary moments even with the group. Which I guess makes sense because he's a pretty endgame monster, but even still, I'm just thankful that he does good damage. Still a handful. You know, like acidic weapons, you might just go Rajang. That's a fair choice too. That seems like another popular choice. Acidic needs a lot of maintenance. A lot of maintenance. Bummer. Uh-oh. Well, time to kick out some damage. Might actually need health augment soon. I was kind of thinking about it today when it came to Lance and Greatsword, because I was watching some TA runs and the runners were able to make some pretty extreme plays happen because of health augment with Greatsword. Alright, we can finish crafting that Silver Rathalos Greatsword we've been looking forward to using. Alright, there we go. Rathalos Gleam Sword. Oh, we needed 3 of them anyways. You have like 20 of them? Nice. Alright, let's figure out a nice full set for this guy. What's important for Greatsword? Wrath. Focus? But I feel like we probably have focused echoes, don't we? Whoops. We don't. We don't have focused echoes. Great. Well, one more day till the siege? I thought it was on the 13th. Today's the 9th. We had to kill about 10 Rathalos to build the first Rathalos weapon upgrade. You kept getting mantles. LOL. That's pretty silly. Alright, what full armor should we use with Greatsword? Let's see. Just want a good general purpose Greatsword set. Different siege for you? Oh, okay. What siege is that? Oh, the siege against Gaius? For your 18-year-old daughter? I don't know. What's your siege? I like that they just both peace. It's the best time of the year for sadistic teachers. Laugh at the student's pain. There we go. That's all I needed. Merry Christmas, you failed my class. You learned you're an owner from the BDSM test that Shepard posted. I didn't take it. I don't need to know what BDSM part I would be into. You do kind of own your students, though, in a way. Oh yeah, we can totally take a look at these and like min-max which ones we want. I probably don't need one more part of power prolonger. Definitely want the focus though. Whoops. We want maximum might. We don't need normal shots. Whoops, I could have made this a lot easier on myself. Oh well. That's okay. I already know. I do not already know. There we go. Okay. Let's equip that stuff. See where that gets us. Yeah, whoops. Looks cool. The Glavin stuff looks pretty neat. Alright, let's take a look at this. So, right now we have Maximum Might 5, Focus 3, Handicraft 3, and Power Prolonger, and Maximum Might Secret. That seems like a pretty decent starting point. I'd probably go ahead and slap on a Crit Charm. I think you're gonna take it tomorrow. Just briefly swinging by to say hi, can't stay but have fun. Thanks, Shadows of Alpha, appreciate you. Okay, that gets us to Crit Eye 4. It's our affinity up to what? Affinity up to 45%. Wants more than that. We can put in an Expert Gem. Hard Expert. Not Hard Expert, but Expert. Crit Eye 6. Crit Eye 7. Okay. Now what? We're gonna have pretty good chances of crits now. Right? Yeah, 65%. We could get some attack decorations in here on these level 4s, or we could go ahead and get 3 points of Tenderizer for Weakness Exploit. I feel like Weakness Exploit might be the move. Take the BDSM test? No, I'm not doing that on stream, I'm sorry. You can call me bashful. Alright, and then we have one more point. What can we use this for? Maybe I'll take it tomorrow with Leo Breaker. Would be another good, great sword. Maybe Point of Grinder? I don't know. Alright, I think that's our set. Now we can rejoin the guys in the gathering hub. I can start floundering around with Greatsword. Alright, I'm down to hunt whatever if you guys are still around wanting to hunt. Apologies for making you wait. Oh, great swords. Yep, I really do like how this greatsword looks. Nice. Let's get a good set. Also looks like a good set. Those back thighs, though, on this, yeah. That's a look. That's a look. All right, what are we hunting? Are we going to do a Glavenus? We were talking about Glavenus. We don't have to. I'm kind of down for whatever you guys would like. Literally no preference. I feel like we don't end up looking out this way very often, but it's quite pretty. Reminds me of the Snowy Mountains map from Free Me Night. Narga, Kuga, etc. Let's get it. Alright, 2 faint quests. I'll try my best to not faint to Narga. The 3 great-sworded gentlemen went out to slay the beasts. Ooh, I could put a pendant on this greatsword. Let's do that. Could also augment this greatsword. I didn't think about that. Some other time. Yeah, nice mixes we've had on tonight. Let's take a look at what this one is. I'm a fan. This channel has really nice mixes. Well, clearly, full sets are kind of fun because they make you fight with weapons and armor sets you might not otherwise use. Fighting with unupgraded armor seems kind of fun too. Hello, Very Berry Smoothie. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're doing well tonight. I don't know if I've met you before, so nice to meet you. Welcome. So maybe those are some hints on how we should structure a challenge run in this game. Got the Narga. He's in the quarry. Uh-oh. DualShock 4 battery low. One cast. It's your first time here? Just browsing some random streams. How am I? Doing pretty well tonight. We're towards the end of the game. Done lots of stuff in the Guiding Lands and such. Whew. Trying to figure out what sort of a challenge run I think I'd like to do for Monster Hunter World Iceborne. I think I have more fun playing these games and I have kind of a goal I'm working towards each stream. Right now, we spent most of the stream crafting this greatsword. So I'm trying it out with 2 people from chat. Oh, bummer. Maybe I can get the streak charged. Nope. All whiffs. That's okay. Now I'm sure we can get to it. Nice. Yeah, we've been going for a little while tonight. Something we've also been trying out this evening is hunting only with full armor sets. No mixed sets allowed for me, at least. The others, they're fine. That just didn't hit me. So I haven't played very much Greatsword before, but you can see that damage is pretty scary. Woo! It is a tempered Narga, I guess. I need to learn how to do that attack where you roll forward after the tackle. I don't know what input that is. That's not the input. Maybe it's square? I don't know what it would be. Oh, not only did I miss the TCS, but I also carded. I'm sorry. I think this is a 2 feint investigation too, so I'm gonna be careful. Trying to capture. Oh, are you trying to capture something out here? I can wait. I'm sorry if I scared away your shepherd here. You had a blue diva spawn? No worries, dude. You wouldn't have stopped me from carding. It was kind of a one hit. I guess Quick Sheath would also be a good skill for Greatsword. Kind of forgot about that. Oof, that 2-part hitbox. Ugh. I keep thinking the Greatsword's longer than it is. It's just not. No, that's Sheath. Square. Maybe it's circle after a tackle? That could be. Nice. Some good damage. Yep, it's circle. Okay, good to know. Oof. Shroudsy desperately trying to keep me alive. Appreciate you. Have Blue Diva spawn at Zone 11. I have not collected any of the rare endemic life. I wish I knew what you were talking about. Almost faded through both of those. Oh man. I should be okay. Yeah, I'm alright. Azri, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. We're playing some Monster Hunter World Iceborne tonight. My name is Ristretto. I play all sorts of different games in the Monster Hunter series. The hell is this thing? This is an Nargacuga. Yes, this is Iceborne. We're towards the end of the game for sure. So if you guys are worried about spoilers for the PC version, Nargacuga was shown in the trailers, but we'll try not to show anything too crazy, I don't think. Tonight we've been talking a lot about how, I don't know, I'm looking for a sort of challenge run to do in this game. In the past, we've done challenge runs in some of the older Monster Hunter games where we take on every monster with every weapon, so that leads to a lot of fights and a lot of learning how to use each of the weapons properly. In this game, we could do that. We're also talking about doing only full sets of armor, no mixed sets or no upgraded armors, which makes everything a lot more deadly. Woohoo! Like this. Big furry bat, rat, cat? Yeah. He's a cool monster. He's my favorite. He is my profile picture. Our friends Shroudsy and Layer Breaker are doing better at this quest than I am. I have not played much Greatsword in the past. We spent most of the night crafting this Greatsword, and I'm kind of trying to get the hang of it still. Ooh. That's not what I thought I was going to do. Oh no, we might die. If we die, we might fail the quest. No. That mount just saved me. Just so you know. Like, that mount just fully saved my life. Cannonballing. Thank you for the follow. It's much appreciated. Consider runs where you treat everything as a de facto 3-monster quest. You eat everything else on the map before you eat the main quest objectives. That sounds like fun. I would try that for a night. Some of the ones we've done in the past, like challenge runs, have been like stuff we worked on for months in a row, but that sounds kind of fun. Try and kill all 3 monsters in the 15-minute time period. I missed the second follow. I'll get it in just a moment. Whoever it was, thank you. This is a multi-monster quest we're working on here. We're going to fight both Nargacuga and Rathalos, provided I don't cart all over the place first. Forgot they brought Narga back, miss fighting him. He fights pretty differently than his form in the previous game. Super Blue, 88. 88? Yeah, 88. Thank you for the follow. What were you guys playing today, Arzi? Or Azri, excuse me. Azri, what were you playing today? I don't know if I've met you before. So thank you for the raid. Monster Hunter PC, so base game. Dude, you guys, the wait is almost over for y'all. So close. I've had some people in chat who've been waiting the whole month, kind of hanging out in chat, and they're getting really, excuse me, they're getting very antsy coming to this last month here. Yeah, Iceborne hype, dude. Woo, I almost rolled into that. So, I usually play Sword and Shield and Lance, so this is kind of a learning experience for me with Greatsword. I think we have a trap there. He's just stubbornly refusing to get in. There we go. Nice. Whoa. That was a weird camera angle. GG, you guys. I think we're off to the top of the trees now. So Cannonball and Azri. Super Bloop, what do you guys normally play weapon-wise? What is your forte? Railgun9982, it's good to see you again. I think I remember your name from the other night. Hunting Horn and Switch Axe is what you play, with some sword and shield. Nice. Variety, we've gone to a massive Warframe sinkhole, too. Warframe is indeed quite the sinkhole. So happy that mount landed because you saw your opinion in the corner. It really saved our quest, Leo Breaker. We would have failed the quest if not for that mount. Legit. So thank you. I don't think this thing knows where we're going. How's Greatsword and Iceborne? For that matters, how's your baby glaive? They're both pretty good. Let's see. In terms of new stuff, Greatsword has some nerfs, actually. King Yoda 23, thank you for the follow. It's appreciated. Love your charge blade. CB's in pretty good stead. Greatsword has some nerfs. I think True Charge / level 1 and level 2 charge are a little bit weaker, but the level 3 is stronger than before. So trying to incentivize not just getting that move in whenever you can, but only as like a big opening move. And I think they buffed your regular charges with Greatsword in terms of motion values. So to get washed away, he is. Bye-bye. Insect Glaive is a really cool new like spearing out of the sky move where you jump down out of the sky, kind of mark the monster with your Kinsect. It's pretty neat. And you can also buff your Kinsect in different ways too. That's fun. Been away from Monster Hunter World for a long time. You're a bow main. Can't wait to catch up and play Iceborne. Bow is another one where people were freaked out because they thought it got super nerfed. All the weapons are in pretty good shape. There are none that I would say are so poor that they need a rework or anything like that, which is nice. I don't know if we're going to hit the wing. Oh! I think we were just within range. Dude, that bomb placement was like totally calculated. Y'all are pros. I do usually play solo. Multiplayer is kind of a special occasion sort of thing. Bow and Sword and Shield did get huge nerfs, but they were needed. I don't know that Sword and Shield got huge nerfs. I don't know, maybe. I love Sword and Shield. It's my favorite in this game. Dude, Leo Breaker and Shroudzy must be in cahoots in Discord or something, talking, let's throw him off the cliff. Let's throw him into the wall. He'll bounce off and we'll throw him into the bombs. It's impressive coordination. Thanks for blocking the fireball. If you land the first hit of the True Charge Slash, it buffs your second hit now, which is kind of cool. Oh! I'm so forward this weapon right now. In base game, there was no point in using anything else besides those two weapons, Sword and Shield and Bow. Really? Huh. That's not the perception I got. I think Charge Blade was considered to be one of the most strong weapons in base game. I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of play you're doing. Directly proportionate to how animated it is. You saw someone doing the Proto-Axe thing and it made you want to switch. Proto-Axe as in like the new Charge Blade move, or is that a new Switch X thing? Is Proto-Axe the pizza cutter thing? Where did he go? Charge Blade? Oh, okay, yeah, you can charge up your shield. Or charge up your axe, kind of, and it spins and disperses lots of elemental damage. It's pretty cool. The Sword and Shield with the files, yeah. Yep. So there's a lot of really cool stuff. I think a lot of us who played this game nonstop on release when it came out on console a couple months ago got somewhat burnt out on some aspects of it. Like the new grappling hook is pretty cool. There's a lot of new things you can do with it. Some fights were designed a little bit too much around it, but on the whole, this game's incredible. The end game is has a great new like mechanic to it that's much more fun than the base game, I think. Oof, we got knocked off. And there's lots of new fun fights. So y'all have lots of good stuff to look forward to. And have they made menuing and UI improvements? I'm not sure what exactly will be changed for PC. You can toggle individual aspects of the HUD off. So if I didn't want to see those little ride messages, I could turn off the ride messages. They made it so when you're behind a monster, you can kind of see a transparent version of yourself, which is kind of nice. So you kind of know where you're at, even when you're obscured by the monster. At the start, the sword and shield was insane. The shield jump where you land on them with the shield was the best move in the game. Did way too much damage. The bow was the same way. Dealt too much damage at the start. Yeah, I guess they've toned some of those things down. You're correct. Oh. Someday I'll get good at this weapon. In the older games, I have played all the different weapons quite a bit. Been playing some of the old PSP entries for quite a while now. Oh, we can get his feet. So I don't know if they've made too much in the way of meaningful menu improvements. There are some small tweaks that are nice. Boom. Felt good. That's not really what I meant to do, but that's okay. With that. I'm still getting used to this weapons combos. Okay, perfect. Ooh, that felt good. That was a lot of damage. All right, who's gonna do the wake up? Oh, we're gonna bonk him into the tree. Yep, we're gonna bonk him into the tree. Who needs to wake up when you can bonk him in there? I have never been in a group of 3 great sword gentlemen such as this before. Good times. Nice. We didn't fail the quest because of me. I'm happy. GG, you guys. Never felt OP with the bow. Range is fragile. Again, last you played was months ago, so maybe you're wrong there. I think there's a big difference between playing just like we are right now and then people who are like taking advantage of a weapon's full potential, like a speedrunner. A speedrunner can take certain strengths that the bow has and make them insane, or take that one move that the sword and shield has and make it so that's the only move they ever use. Whereas you and I'm guessing, or me and probably I'm guessing you guys probably can't do that. I can. So there's a pretty big difference there, I guess. And it depends. I don't know if Capcom or the Monster Hunter team, for that matter, buffs the game or nerfs the game around that or not. Zero-sum discharge spam is one of the most OP play styles in Iceborne. Yeah. As part of the new grapple mechanic, you can kind of grapple on and do a discharge with switch axe into the monster whenever you want to, and it's pretty insane. Yeah, GG, you guys. That was a good hunt. I'm going to do a little sword and shield before we go. There's a really cool new combo with sword and shield. All right, let's go ahead and let's get that Rajang set out. Should be fine. Right, I'm down for whatever. You gonna switch to some bow? Nice. At the start, you didn't even need to be a speedrunner to make the shield drop OP. It was that easy to do. That's true. But that's one of my complaints with the base game in general, is just that it's very, very... I don't know. The monsters trip and fall over pretty easily in that game. In the expansion, it's not quite so bad. That was one of the things that I think on launch day I was most worried about, was that it was still going to be too easy. Okay, I'll post something up. Let me see what investigations I've got. Let's not do anything too spoilery for the PC folks in the chat. Do a Pookie Pookie. Do a Pookie Pookie. I wish there was a tempered Pookie Pookie. I would feel bad just beating up a Pookie Pookie. You do a tempered Anjanath. Tempered Rathian. Let's do a tempered Anjanath. Should be interesting. It's a 4 reward tempered, so we'll get some decos from it. It is a cozy looking set. It looks it looks like pajamas almost. Oop, not Rajang. Do you have a good water bow set for that? Nice. Yeah, this set right here is part of a challenge we were doing recently, over the last stream or two, where I've been trying to only use full armor sets. No mixed sets. It makes it a little bit more of a challenge to put together decent sets, where you can't have every skill you'd ever imagined, because you can't mix every piece together and then put your charm on and then throw your decos in. It's like, some skills you might only be able to get with your decos because there's not an armor set that gives you the right ones, or some skills you might only get with charms because you don't have enough decorations for them. Do you follow that with charms too? Only using charms that are Matt's analog to the sets you're using? Nope. Any charm I wanted. Although that's an interesting idea too. Yeah, Lego Breaker does stream Monster Hunter as well. Only using charms that use Matt's analogous to the sets you're using. I don't know. I don't know if enough charms are made of just one monster's parts to do that. Like, let's take a look. If I go and I search, this armor is from a monster called Rajang. Let me see if his parts go towards any charms. It doesn't look like it. But he is one of the monsters that was added as his DLC. So it could be part of it. I don't know. Oh, we're good to go. And plus, if you guys are playing on PC, if there's anything you guys don't like about the game, you'll likely be able to mod it to be a little more to your liking, which is kind of nice. In the spirit of the challenge, just sell just as long as one matters from the monster that makes the set in question. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. I'll think about it. I feel like the charms in this game are kind of random in terms of their materials, but maybe I just haven't paid much attention. I'll take a look at them and see if that makes sense for the challenge. I think some sets would just go charmless, which would be interesting. Like, this Rajang set is pretty good. It might not deserve to have a charm with it because of how good it is. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's a Rajang here in the forest with us. Great. Rainy day in the forest. Somewhere off in this direction, there's an Anjanath. And a Rajang. Pay no attention to the giant angry monkey. Use opting the inclusive interpretation. A hypothetical charm uses a Bagel and a Pookie mat to craft it. It's fair game for Bagel or Pookie set. I'm just saying there are some monsters, like I think this guy here, where there are no charms that use his parts. So I just wouldn't be able to use a set, or I wouldn't be able to use a charm with this set here. Like I said, pay no attention to the monkey. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no worries. Okay, here's our Anjanath. Hi, buddy. So something nice about this game is that you can now latch onto monsters with your grappling hook. You can soften up parts. So I can make Anjanath's legs a lot softer and deal better damage to them, although I didn't get to finish it entirely. Get him out of here. Nope, the Anjanath's gonna leave too. Rajang is a very angry monster. Oh no, he's gonna follow us again because we keep dunging him and he keeps chasing the Anjanath away. What a pain. He did indeed. Oh yeah, I forgot this Rajang set has protective polish on it. That's super weird to me. I have never had any other decorations or sets that have used that skill, so it's still all odd to me. I think this armor set might be upgraded unlike the last one. This one was before I'd added that stipulation to the challenge. So we might be able to tank a couple more hits than we wouldn't be able to otherwise. Ooh, the frames. There's a lot of particles on screen there. On screen there are not great. What does Resentment do? Resentment is a skill that raises your damage when you have red health in your bar. So if you get hit, you have that red recovery health. Whenever you have that health, it raises your, I think, probably your attack and your affinity? I'm not totally sure. It's one that's just kind of built into the Rajang set. It's not one I'm really building around. Yes. That attack that latches onto monsters is pretty generous, as you can see there. It kind of raised me up into the air to hit that tail. Oop. Life powder. Oh, they're both good. Oh, and his legs are hardened up again. So I'm going to soften one of those up because I need that nice juicy hit zone. Whoop, I missed. Nope, not even close. It's okay, we'll wait for the down and we'll soften it up. Or we'll go for his face. We'll go for his face. Next question, will all your earplug stacking gear be useless? Most high rank weapons and armor will be replaced in the first couple ranks of master rank. So don't worry too much about farming the gear up. Your decorations will still be pretty useful. because you'll still have level 2 and level 3 slots on your gear in Master Rank. So some of those decorations will still be really handy. You will get level 4 slot decorations that will make a lot of like attack and expert decos not as stress inducing anymore. You'll get loads of attack combo decos, so like you'll get attack fortify or attack crisis or attack sharpener or something like that, which is nice. It means that attack, like a one point of attack decoration is not as rare as it was before. Honestly, one of the weirdest pieces of advice I can give you is to farm as much Giratotus pieces as you can, or as much Giratotus like materials as you can, because his materials are used as the base for like a lot of the bone line weapons in Iceborne, so you have to go back and fight a ton of high ranked Giratotus, which is not super fun. Ooh, his wings are out. Let's get him. Do that new combo on him. Oh no, never mind. Ooh, one of his legs broke. Yeah, you get all kinds of useful combo skills. It's nice. For me, it's meant that I can run Fortify and Crisis on most of my sets, which are really useful skills. Fortify just increases your stats when you cart, which is nice because I cart a lot, but Crisis is really nice for Iceborne. It's a skill that increases your evasion and reduces your stamina depletion when you have a blight inflicted. A lot of monsters in Iceborne will give you like Ice Blight or Water Blight or that kind of thing, so having something that makes it so you don't lose stamina when you're inflicted with blights is a really nice skill to have on most sets, just so you don't have to worry about that aspect of blights in this game. But yeah, Giratotus parts, super useful for making weapons. Ow. I don't know what the little red glow is around my character when I'm getting hit. It's not a normal particle effect I'm used to seeing. You, of course, still do the old shield bash attack, too. It's still pretty good. Eat him, alright. Azri, thank you for the follow. It's appreciated. Thanks again for the raid. Nice surprise. There we go. Captured. Good night, Anjanath. Yeah, sword and shield is definitely a weapon I feel much more comfortable with instead of greatsword. Leo Breaker, I see what you mean about that set. That set looks really nice. All the blue accents for the water. I'm feeling like one more hunt before I'm going to head to bed tonight. Hey, nice, we got a mantle. Either of you can choose, I'm not picky. So here are some of those combo deco skills where you can see we got another, I have 2 of them in the box already, Crisis and Expert. So that's Resuscitate, that skill I was talking about where you get powered up or you get more stamina and evasion when you're having a blight inflicted, and then Expert deco. So it's not that rare to get something like that. Or slinger capacity, and attack boost. You get a lot of that stuff. Hard defense jewel. I haven't gotten that one before, though. That's nice. Fight the Thunder Monkey. You want to see a Rajang? Okay, let's do a Rajang. If anyone is nervous about spoilers, now is a good time to peace out, because Rajang is one of the endgame monsters. What do I want to use for Rajang? I could use Sword and Shield. I could use his own fur against him. I'm so bad at collecting this stuff. So by default, a nice change they made was they added all these stations into the hub. So this isn't a mod or anything like PC that you did in the past. After PC did it, they incorporated a couple things where, I guess, for one, there's that Light Pillars mod on PC that is in the game by default in Iceborne. And then you also have all these different things in the hub, like you have your botanical research and your argosy. You have a shortcut to your room over here. This is the resource center, so you can get into your bounties and investigations right here. Let me see if I have any good Rajang investigations. I have one that's just fine. I have a nice 5 faint Rajang. That might be nice if we're feeling testy. That's what I've got. If you guys have a better Rajang investigation, feel free to post it. This is probably the best part, though, is while you're in the gathering hub, without actually leaving the hub, you can walk off this way, and it takes you straight into the forge. Other people can even join you in here while you're crafting stuff up, which is kind of nice. Then you can peace out and go back to the hub. I guess I'll refill my items real quick before we keep going. A lot of weapons have new branching paths in Iceborne, so if you play multiple weapons to even just want to build all the weapons of the tree, it's a good idea to have around 50 or more of most materials. Jeez, yeah. Cool. Looks like Shroudsy got it. Oops, not post a quest. My bad. Nope. Some of the menus in this game move quickly, other ones do not. Capture Rajang. Nice. Let's get it. In the Wildspire Waste. I don't think I fought him there before. That's fun. I guess, yeah, ice weapons are best against him, so let's bring an ice sword and shield. I think I have one crafted. All right, let's get up. It's gonna be the last quest of the evening, so hopefully it goes okay. Rajang is one of the fights that I still feel a little bit more sketchy on in the game. There's a handful of fights I still feel pretty sketchy on. There's a master rank version of Nergigante that's pretty tough. Munastra is still pretty tough. Some of the other new Elder Dragons. You ate for Safeguard? Nice, thank you. I appreciate you, Shroudsy. Good looking out. So there's still a handful of fights that I'm kind of like scared about, but then there's others that I feel pretty confident on. There's some very difficult versions in Master Rank of Rathalos and Rathian that I feel pretty confident against still. You have a 5 reward Tempered Lunastra if I'm brave. I want nothing to do with that. I did help with a Tempered Lunastra recently, but I felt very scared the whole time. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. All right, Thunder Monkey, here we go. Yeah, I think this is the last one for me. I'm going to have to get some sleep after this. It's been a good stream, though. Pretty fun. All right, he's in my favorite location. This is one of my favorite spots in the entire game is this flower field. It's so pretty. All right, Rajang. Whoop. Should have dodged out to the side, not in front of him. Wrong way. So yeah, he's kind of a scary boy. Leo Breaker's here now. Oh, I should have equipped some flinch free. That's okay. My bad. No! Leave him alone! He's got a pin. It's a pretty gnarly pin. He's a pretty cool fight. He is also quite different than his old games, but he's still a pretty cool fight. Oh, hey Pingraffian. At least this isn't Kieran. It is definitely a better fight than Kieran. Oh, dude. Get ready for a good turf war. Jang's pretty legit. Now, if I were that pink Rathian, I would get out of here, but we'll see if she does. Yeah, she did. Nice. Got him out. You got even angrier. And there is a full Garanjanov here now. He's like crying into the wall. I feel almost bad, dude. Oh gosh. Whew. That was a little scary. Go ahead and pop a life powder. Yeah, he's good. Thanks for roaring, Fulgur. Oh boy, I'm stunned. I'm okay now. Huh. Actually, guys, I have stun. Whew. He's hungry. These people like dual attacking his butt. Oh, he fell asleep. Nice. I have bombs. If we want to drop some. Oh, Pancrathian's back. Wonder if they'll have another turf war. Sometimes they do. I doubt she'll leave it. I doubt she'll actually war with him this time. He's gonna leave. My guess is Shroudzy went that way to grab more mushrooms for his wide range. I could be wrong, but I think that's probably what's going on. Oh boy. By the way, because it's a common spawn for 2 rare endemic lives. Nice. Ooh. Sorry. Jump right into that one. At least I'm pretty close by in the camp. Got a little too aggro. Thought I could roll through his punches there. Whoop, I went the wrong way. You'd think I would know my way through this map by this time. Leave him alone! Oof, that hitbox was huge. Okay, I guess if I didn't already introduce this part, my name is Ristretto because I very much enjoy coffee, and Ristretto is a type of espresso. We don't usually do this, but tonight I actually brewed some coffee on stream earlier. We kind of shifted the camera down to the tabletop, and I made some handmade coffee on stream for people to watch because they were curious about it. It's kind of fun. Nice, Shroudsy. You need to get Iceborne. Wish you had it. If you have a console that's able to play it, it is definitely worth the money, I would say. It is a good game. Not a perfect game, but a really good game. Nice. Someday, Bloop. Just super broke right now. I need to get so many other games. I got you. Yeah. Monster Hunter is like the top of the tier for me. This is really all I play anymore is Monster Hunter, old and new. I guess I play some Tetris occasionally. Pound that butt. No! Leave him alone! Nice. Seems to be a good option for damage right now so I don't get tripped too much by the teammates. And he's asleep again. Missed with the last hit. Right away the beam. No, I definitely get not feeling like you have enough money to buy all the games you're interested in. You all dodged it, nice. Just watching people play this makes you miss it. You love this game since it came out, but I mean right now this is second focus. The main game you want right now is Pokemon Shield. Yep, I get that. Well, hopefully you get a chance to get this. They seem pretty good about putting this game on sale. Even not too long after it comes out, they'll knock 15 or 20 bucks off its price. So hopefully at some point it'll be the right time for you to get it. I definitely get wanting to play Pokemon though. Dude, Shroudsy, he really likes you. I feel kind of bad, like knocking him away from you sometimes when he's coming after you like that. He clearly has a very intense connection with you. Nice. Monster Hunter is a pretty good game. He flew so far away. If you can emulate some of the older games. They're very different than this game for sure, but they're really amazing experiences. We're playing through a couple other ones right now. 2 different ones from the PSP called Monster Hunter Freebie Night and Monster Hunter Portable Third. Oh, you played them all? Okay, well then never mind. If you already played them, then I guess there's not too much about going back to them. This one's the best. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. I like some things about this one the best, and I like other things about the other ones. I think they're all kind of unique in their own way. I think he just like sleeps in the middle of nowhere, if I remember correctly. He just like sleeps in the cactus or something. Did you get him with the bomb pod? Nice. Oh, uh-oh. Here he come. Now entering the tiny corridor, it's Rajang. Ow. Whew. Of course he runs away right when you plant the trap. This just feels the best. The PS2 was trash, the controls sucked. The PSP ones were nice since they were not so clunky. The 3DS ones came along and made those controls even better. Then this was the best controlling, made you wonder how you can ever go back. I like switching between them. The combat does feel quite different between the two styles though. This newer style and those older styles of Monster Hunter. I like both for different reasons though. That's kind of the ostensibly the purpose of this channel, is for me to play through all the different games, and we're working on it. We do generally play with some variety through the different ones. Did he just phase into a tree? Oh no, okay. He just fell asleep. I get it. Play through all the different games on their original hardware. Try and experience the games. I got it. Nice. GG, you guys. That was fun. Sorry for the cart. Yeah, super fun times. I appreciate you guys helping me get that Silver Athelos tail. I was about up to here with fighting Silver Athelos. Sometimes you wish you missed the Wii motion controls. Really? You want to try and get better at this fight with bow? I want to try and get better at this fight with sword and shield. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm about ready for bed. It's been a long stream. We've been going for like 5.5 hours. Let's see who else is on streaming Monster Hunter this evening. It's like Rainy's on doing some speedruns versus one of the new monsters. Let's see if there's anyone playing the older ones. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll raid Rainy. Rainy's a Monster Hunter speedrunner. I think he runs with Charge Blade. He's working on one of the new monsters. So if you want to see the newest monster that was added just a couple days ago, feel free and stick around. If not, then that's okay. Thank you everyone for stopping by the stream tonight and talking about what challenge runs we should do. Thank you especially to Shroudsy and Lowbreaker for hunting, and for Asri for the raid. It is very much appreciated. We're gonna go ahead and raid Rainy. Oh, like I said, everyone have a good night. If you liked the stream, it's your first time here, leave a follow. It's appreciated. It's always fun having more people around to talk about Monster Hunter with. Let's go. Let's raid Rainy. Thanks, Super Bloop. I appreciate you. I'm gonna get some good rest. Be back tomorrow night with some more Monster Hunter of some sort. See you guys then. Peace.